Chapter 532. What's the point of coming back? The Miaoli people looked at Niu Dezhuang with schadenfreude. This stupid cow is really inviting trouble for his master. Who do you think Mo Wenhui is? Even Hua Wushang has to keep his tail between his legs when he sees him. How dare he provoke him? Ha ha ha, Ningqi, if you come back and see this, will you explode in anger? Duan Tianying was also in the crowd with a cold smile on his face. Before Hua Wushang had gone to the Redbud Dragon Valley, he had made it very clear that Ningqi had less than a 10% chance of returning. Hence, he was very calm now. As long as Ningqi died, he would find a chance to kill Duan Yingjun and vent his anger. He still did not know that Hua Wushang had already returned to the Cloud Rising sect with Nuteo. Yingjun, don't be rash. Duan Feifei pulled Duan Yingjun's arm worriedly, afraid that he would rush out and fight Mo Wenhui. Based on her understanding of Duan Yingjun, this was very likely to happen. Duan Yingjun gloomily looked at Mo Wenhui and transmitted his voice to Duan Feifei. Feifei, this stupid cow is boss servant. If I let him die in Mo Wenhui's hands, I will feel very guilty. Senior Mo Wenhui is a peak Emperor Do, ranked 236th on the dragon ranking. Even Duan Minglong is no match for him. You will die if you go. Duan Feifei transmitted. This, Duan Yingjun's face showed a hint of struggle. I heard you're called stupid bull? You've been very arrogant in the outer sect recently? You're not even a servant disciple, how dare you sneak attack me? Mo Wenhui looked at Niu Dezhuang coldly. Do you admit defeat now? Niu Dezhuang looked at Mo Wenhui and said weakly, I don't. You. Mo Wenhui was furious. He raised his foot and was about to step on Niu Dezhuang's head when another inner sect disciple beside him suddenly stopped him. Bao Tu, what do you mean by this? Mo Wenhui looked coldly at the inner sect disciple who stopped him. Bao Tu transmitted his voice in a low voice. This person is Ningqi's servant. Let's forget about it. Beating him like this is enough to vent our anger. This time, the Cloud Rising sect had sent 50 people into the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground, and Bao Tu was one of them. He had personally witnessed Ningqi's prowess, so he decided to keep the peace. You keep saying how amazing this person is. From the way I see it, he is merely a useless person. A 7-star Do Huang? Don't forget that I am currently a peak Do Huang. Mo Wenhui smiled coldly and said disdainfully. Bao Tu sighed. You're right to listen to me. Let's forget about this. Forget it? How could that be? If a piece of trash who wasn't even a servant dared to provoke an inner sect disciple in the Rising Cloud sect, wouldn't that be overturning the heavens? I must let them know that an inner disciple cannot be humiliated. As Mo Wenhui spoke, he coldly glanced at the crowd. Those outer sect disciples hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Mo Wenhui's gaze. When Mo Wenhui saw this, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. What happened here? Why is it so lively? Suddenly, a faint, magnetic voice came from above their heads. Tai Bing and the rest could not help but raise their heads and look over. Their faces were filled with shock. It's elder brother Lu Chongqing, one of the top 5 inner sect disciples. A peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. Even compared to Fang Mo of the Fang clan, he was only slightly inferior. At this moment, beside Lu Chongqing were 2 lackeys. Their incomparably cold gazes swept across the crowd as a faint trace of disdain hung from the corner of their mouths. Elder brother Lu. Mo Wenhui cupped his hands together. Beside him, Bao Tu also hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Lu Chongqing flew down and landed beside Mo Wenhui. After glancing at Niu Dezhuang, he said indifferently, This person is merely a Do Wang. How could he force elder brother Mo to personally take action? Elder brother Lu, you don't know how despicable this person is. Mo Wenhui explained the entire story. The more Lu Chongqing listened, the more curious he became as he looked at Niu Dezhuang. Even he could not guess whether Niu Dazhuang's brain was damaged or if he wanted to commit suicide. Daring to sneak attack an inner sect disciple, he is really seeking death. Lu Chongqing's two lackeys coldly snorted and said, "Ah, he is Ning Qi's servant. Let's forget about it." Bao Tu bitterly laughed. Ning Qi? What a familiar name. Lu Chongqing's brows slightly furrowed. He felt as though he had heard it before but could not remember where. His two lackeys were the same. I said, "Who does Ning Qi think he is? If I want to kill him, it is as easy as flipping my hand." Mo Wenhui coldly looked at Bao Tuesday. "If you continue to obstruct me, don't follow me in the future." Bao Tu sighed and kept his mouth shut. He still had to rely on Mo Wenhui in the inner sect. Seeing that the other party was so decisive, Bao Tu naturally did not dare to say anything else. "You are not young master's match." At this moment, Niu Dazhuang weakly said. Mo Wenhui and the rest were slightly startled. Following which, an explosive aura surged out of Mo Wenhui's body and instantly locked onto Niu Dazhuang. "What did you say?" I said. Niu Dazhuang seemed to want to repeat himself. Seeing this, Duan Yingjun secretly felt that something was wrong. He immediately rushed in front of Mo Wenhui and revealed a fawning smile. "Elder brother Mo, his brain is damaged. You are a magnanimous person. Just treat him as a fart and let him go." Why doesn't he listen to me?" Duan Feifei revealed an anxious expression. Seeing this, Duan Tianying was pleasantly surprised. Duan Yingjun, you are courting death." Scram! Mo Wenhui did not speak to Duan Yingjun and directly slapped Duan Yingjun's face. Duan Yingjun only felt a huge force, and then his entire body flew into the air uncontrollably. As he spun, he flew into the distance. At this moment, a battleship flew over from afar. Ning Qi stood on the deck of the battleship and narrowed his eyes. Duan Yingjun? Who did he provoke this time? In the next moment, Ning Qi soared into the sky and flew towards Duan Yingjun. "Xiaobing, stop the ship. Let's take a look here," Shintu Yuanba said indifferently. "Yes, Elder Shintu." Xiaobing nodded. That fool Duan Yingjun, even if Ning Qi was present, he would not dare to disrespect Mo Wenhui. He still wants to stand up for that stupid cow? What a fool. Everyone gloated as they watched Duan Yingjun's spinning figure in the air. Just as Duan Feifei was about to fly over to catch him, a black shadow appeared beside Duan Yingjun and grabbed his neck. Duan Yingjun felt dizzy and said in a daze, Who is it?" At this moment, the cheek that was hit by Mo Wenhui was swollen to the size of Duan Yingjun's head and was covered in blood. "It's Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning is back." Everyone's face revealed a hint of surprise. "What's the point of you coming back?" At this moment, Miao Li and Duan Tianying had the same thought. A faint sneer hung at the corner of their mouth. "Senior sister Taibing, there's a good show to watch." Chapter 533. Chapter 533 of HSOR left foot or right foot. Duan Yingjun was still in a daze when Ning Qi handed him over to Duan Feifei. Everyone's eyes were on Ning Qi. Some were gloating, some were mocking, and some were worried. "Senior brother Ning, you're back." Duan Feifei took Duan Yingjun with a look of surprise on her face. "Rub his face." Ning Qi glanced at Duan Yingjun's pig head and laughed. Duan Feifei blushed and rubbed Duan Yingjun's face, using her battle energy to reduce the swelling. Mo Wenhui and the others didn't notice Ning Qi because Niu Dazhuang had just opened his mouth again and repeated the words that Duan Yingjun had interrupted. "You're no match for young master." Mo Wenhui's murderous intent was ignited. He grinned at Niu Dazhuang. "I won't let you die so easily. Are you ready to face my wrath?" "This guy, I think he's crazy." Lu Chongqing looked down at Niu Dazhuang with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You're really no match for my young master." Niu Dazhuang looked at Mo Wenhui seriously. "You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Who does Ning Chi think he is? In my eyes, he's just a piece of trash like you. Once I'm done with you, it'll be his turn. The outer disciples nowadays are too arrogant. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll fly to the sky. Mo Wenhui sneered. He stepped on Niu Dazhuang's face with the tip of his foot and ground it even harder. Niu Dazhuang let out a painful groan. Move your foot away from his face. Suddenly, Mo Wenhui heard a faint voice from behind him. Senior brother Ning, are you really going to offend Mo Wenhui for a guy who's not even a servant disciple? His personality is really hard to fathom. Hee Ning Chi, do you really think you're invincible in the Cloud Rising sect? You dare to offend anyone? Let's see how you deal with this. It's fine if it's just Mo Wenhui, but Lu Chongqing is here too. There are 5 inner disciples here. Any one of them can easily crush you. Duan Tianying wore a cold smile on his face as he looked at Ning Chi mockingly. At the same time, he was disdainful of what Hua Wushang had said. He had said that the chances of Ning Chi returning to the Cloud Rising sect were very low. But now, it seemed that not only had Ning Chi returned, but his cultivation base had also increased. There were no other injuries on his body. How was Hua Wushang going to explain this? Ning Chi, oh Ning Chi, can you still be so arrogant today? The Miaoli people gloated. At this moment, there were many people who had the same thoughts as the two of them. All of them were outer court disciples who had one of their arms severed by Ning Chi. They didn't dare resent Ning Chi on the surface, but in their hearts, they wanted to see Ning Chi suffer misfortune at all times. This was especially so for Lei Yong. When Ning Chi first entered the Cloud Rising sect, he had been humiliated by Ning Chi. Later on, he had his brush cut off. Not only that, he was even ambushed by Niu Dazhuang. His hatred for Niu Dazhuang had also been transferred to Ning Chi. When Bao Tu heard this, he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ning Chi walking toward them. He couldn't help but be shocked. Junior apprentice brother Ning. Bao Tu smiled awkwardly. Ning Chi saw that Bao Tu looked familiar. They should have been to the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground together. He nodded at Bao Tu and looked at Mo Wenhui. You're Ning Chi. Mo Wenhui's lips curled into a cold smile. Not only did he not move his leg away, but he also increased his strength. Mas. Young master. Niu Dazhuang was pleasantly surprised to see Ning Chi. It's him. Lu Chongqing and his 2 lackeys' expressions changed slightly when they saw Ning Chi. They finally remembered when they had heard Ning Chi's name. As senior brother Zhong Yin had called him junior brother Ning, they didn't associate Ning Chi's name with the detestable fellow who had snatched the sky-splitting inner armor. Yes, I'm Ning Chi. I said move your leg away. Ning Chi said calmly. Ha ha. You're just an outer court disciple. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you know who I am? Mo Wenhui laughed maniacally and sent Niu Dazhuang flying with a heavy kick. He then walked in front of Ning Chi and stared at Ning Chi with eyes filled with killing intent. Senior brother Mo, forget it. Bao Tu came forward and persuaded. Get out of my way. Mo Wenhui shouted at Bao Tu impatiently. Bao Tu's face instantly turned ashen. He felt extremely humiliated. Mo Wenhui actually told him to get lost in front of so many outer court disciples? Bao Tu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he retreated to the side. Since you're courting death, it doesn't matter. I don't know who you are, Ning Chi said calmly. Mo Wenhui was slightly stunned. There was actually an outer court disciple who didn't know his name? That's impossible. That means, this fellow is deliberately humiliating me. Mo Wenhui couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. But I know that you can only save one leg today. Choose whichever one you want. Ning Chi's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at Mo Wenhui. It's coming, it's coming. The one-armed crazy demon is actually planning to chop off an inner court disciple's leg today. Now, the show is about to start. Those outer court disciples who had their arms chopped off by Ning Chi all revealed expressions of anticipation. They were looking forward to Ning Qi's miserable ending. Ha ha ha, Mo Wenhui laughed in anger. He looked at Ning Qi as if he was looking at a madman. You're just an outer court disciple, and you want to chop off my leg? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Senior Brother Lu, do you see that now? The deacon elders are only accepting stupid fellows. Is our cloud rising sect unable to recruit outer court disciples? His voice traveled very far. Wu Hu and Xia Bing, who were on the warship, could hear it. Both of their faces revealed traces of anger. However, Shen Tuyenba said indifferently, "Don't be angry. Ning Qi will teach him a lesson." Hearing this, the two of them looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. "Kid, you have to teach these inner court disciples a lesson. They don't even respect us deacon elders. They're too arrogant." Wu Hu transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. The laughter gradually stopped. Mo Wenhui looked coldly at Ning Qi. "I heard that you're quite strong? Let me see what level your cultivation has reached. Don't worry, I'm only going to destroy your cultivation today. I won't take your life." Just as he finished speaking, a violent aura swept out from Ning Qi's body. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically. This aura, Peak Do Huang? Mo Wenhui's hair stood on end. He instinctively took a few steps back and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Why did he realize that Ning Qi's cultivation was stronger than his? Chapter 534. Chapter 534. An unexpected twist. Senior Ning's aura is so terrifying. Duan Feifei looked at Ning Qi in shock. At this moment, Duan Injun regained his senses. When he saw Ning Qi, a wild joy appeared on his face. "Feifei boss is back," Duan Injun said. "I already knew." Duan Feifei rolled her eyes. Tai Bing and the people around her looked at Ning Qi in shock. Their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He is a Peak Do Huang? It seems like this aura is even thicker than the Peak Do Huangs I have seen before. A Peak Do Huang beside Tai Bing said somewhat bitterly. How can this be, his cultivation, how can it be like this? Duan Tianying looked at Ning Qi with a dumbstruck expression as he muttered to himself. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the aura on Ning Qi's body. This naturally included Bao Tu, Lu Chongqing, and the others. Mo Wenhui, who was facing Ning Qi, could feel the terror of that aura. An outer disciple is actually a Peak Do Huang? No wonder Bao Tu kept saying that this person is not easy to deal with. Mo Wenhui's face was somewhat green as he looked at Ning Qi with fear. So what if you are a Peak Do Huang? I'm an inner sect disciple, and you're an outer sect disciple. There's a huge gap between our statuses. Now that Senior Brother Lu and the others are here, if you kneel down and apologize, I won't hold you responsible for your servant's sneak attack. Of course, he'll still be banished from the mountain. Hearing this, everyone involuntarily looked at Lu Chongqing and the others. That's right, so what if Ning Qi's cultivation was similar to Mo Wenhui's? There was still Senior Lu. I heard that Senior Lu was a Peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. He should be able to deal with Ning Qi with just one hand, right? Ning Qi glanced at Lu Chongqing and smiled. He said to Mo Wenhui, "You want to use Lu Chongqing to pressure me? That's not enough. I will give you another chance. Do you want your left leg or your right? If you don't choose, you can forget about both your legs." Damn it, do you really think I am afraid of you? Mo Wenhui was instantly enraged. He had already given Ning Qi a way out of this embarrassing situation, but Ning Qi didn't back down. Instead, Ning Qi was even more overbearing. After his anger subsided, his eyes suddenly flickered and he looked at Lu Chongqing. "Senior apprentice Brother Lu, this boy even humiliated you. Tell me, should we cripple his cultivation base, or hand him over to Elder Qingyi?" Everyone looked at Lu Chongqing expectantly. Duan Injun and the others were somewhat worried. They knew that Ning Qi was very strong, but could he really be stronger than Lu Chongqing, who had just entered the first stage of life and death? Senior apprentice brother Lu, shall we go? Lu Chongqing's two lackeys lowered their heads and transmitted their voices. They still remembered what Zhong Yin had said. Ning Qi was ranked 100th on the dragon rank, and even Fang Mo of the Fang family was not his opponent. And Lu Chongqing was at least 2 levels weaker than Fang Mo. Senior apprentice brother Lu, what's wrong? Mo Wenhui felt a little strange. Bao Tu looked at Mo Wenhui with ridicule in his eyes. After staring at Ning Qi for a few breaths of time, Lu Chongqing revealed a bitter smile. He cupped his hands together and said, Junior apprentice brother Ning, long time no see. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Junior apprentice brother Lu, how have you been? I'm fine. Lu Chongqing smiled awkwardly. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by Lu Chongqing's attitude. Why was he speaking so nicely to Ning Qi? And even with a hint of fear? What was going on? So they know each other. Mo Wenhui's heart sank slightly. Since you know senior apprentice brother Lu, then let's forget about this matter. Mo Wenhui said lightly. Even if he did not give Ning Qi face, he had to give Lu Chongqing face. After exchanging a few words with Lu Chongqing, Ning Qi looked at Mo Wenhui. Forget it? Did I ask you to forget it? I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Then leave your legs behind, and I will spare your life. What do you mean? So what if you know senior apprentice brother Lu? Senior apprentice brother Lu, what do you think about this matter? Mo Wenhui's killing intent soared, but because Lu Chongqing was present, he still asked for his opinion. Lu Chongqing said with a smile, just do as he says. As soon as he said that, the Yunfei square fell silent. One by one, the outer disciples looked at Lu Chongqing in astonishment and then at Ning Qi. They had never thought that the situation would change in such a way. Why did even Lu Chongqing stand on Ning Qi's side? What had happened behind the scenes that they did not know? Duan Tianying clenched his fists and stared at Ning Qi's back with hatred. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why does Lu Chongqing have to give him face? Why? Those who had their arms cut off by Ning Qi and were gloating over Lu Chongqing's misfortune retreated a little, looking at Ning Qi and Lu Chongqing in shock and uncertainty. I didn't expect that even Lu Chongqing has to give him face. This guy is still an outer disciple. A bitter smile appeared on the Miaoli people's faces. Do as he says? Lu Chongqing. Are you crazy? I'm an inner disciple, and he's an outer disciple. What is it that makes you want to please him so much? You're a disgrace to us inner disciples. Mo Wenhui was furious. He took a dozen steps back and scolded Lu Chongqing angrily. Shut up, Mo Wenhui. What does senior brother Lu do? It's none of your business. Lu Chongqing's two lackeys immediately started to verbally attack Mo Wenhui. Bao Tu looked at Mo Wenhui with a mocking gaze and said in a low voice, Didn't you ask for it? Although his voice wasn't loud, Mo Wenhui could still hear him. Mo Wenhui looked at Bao Tu, and Bao Tu looked back at him fearlessly. All right. I will naturally look for Elder Qingyi to clarify this matter today. All of you, just you wait. Mo Wenhui glanced at Ning Qi and Lu Chongqing with a venomous gaze. He knew that Lu Chongqing was on Ning Qi's side now. If they really fought, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, he planned to leave first. When he found Elder Qingyi, he would let Ning Qi know the difference between an inner disciple and an outer disciple. At the same time, it's so lively. More inner disciples arrived? Everyone raised their heads to look. When Mo Wenhui saw the figure in the sky, his face revealed a joyful expression and he shouted, Senior Zhong Yin! Senior Zhong Yin, come down quickly. Lu Chongqing and the others are working together with the outer disciples to humiliate the inner disciples. Senior Zhong Yin, please come and judge. There's such a thing? Zhong Yin's face revealed a trace of doubt as he landed beside Mo Wenhui. Mo Wenhui saw this and grinned at Ning Qi and Lu Chongqing. You're dead. Zhong Yin? That was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the third life and death stage. He was one of the few experts among the inner disciples. The group of outer disciples once again felt the thrill of riding a roller coaster. It seemed that this matter would not be so easily resolved. When did the sect have another peak Do Huang? Zhong Yin involuntarily looked at Ning Qi. His face revealed a shocked and joyful expression. Junior Ning. Zhong Yin took a few steps forward and affectionately said. Seeing this scene, Mo Wenhui's face revealed a look of despair. Chapter 535. Chapter 535. Chapter 535. So protective. Zhong Yin warmly said to Ning Qi, Junior apprentice brother Ning, last time you said that you were busy and didn't have time to attend our gathering. Come with me, the few of them have long wanted to get to know a heaven's chosen one like junior apprentice brother Ning. Within such a short period of time, his cultivation has actually broken through from a 7-star Do Huang to the peak of the Do Huang class. He is indeed worthy of being junior Ning. Ning Qi smiled and said, Senior brother Zhong, I have something to deal with here. When Zhong Yin heard this, he immediately looked at Mo Wenhui. Is there a misunderstanding between you and junior brother Ning? Senior brother Zhong. Mo Wenhui's expression was extremely ugly. If one were to say that he hardened his heart, he would still be able to compete with Lu Chongqing. However, when facing Zhong Yin, he did not even have the thought of competing. After all, Zhong Yin was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the third life and death gate. He could suppress him to death with just one hand. Bao Tu looked at Mo Wenhui mockingly and explained what had happened. After Zhong Yin heard this, he stood to the side with a smile and said to Ning Qi, Junior apprentice brother Ning, I'll wait for you to finish your business before we leave. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Mo Wenhui with pity. Who asked you to be so ignorant? Lu Chongqing looked at Mo Wenhui and sneered in his heart. Young master. Niu Dazhuang rested on the ground for a short while, and his injuries had already recovered by 20 to 30%. He walked to Ning Qi's side in high spirits. This was the terrifying part of the God of War technique and the God of War body. The heavier the injury, the faster the recovery speed. As long as one was still breathing, they wouldn't die. This is a recovery speed that surpasses ordinary people by tens or even hundreds of times. Ning Qi was secretly surprised. Even the life dragon horn he had obtained only increased his HP recovery rate by tenfold. Ning Qi looked at Niu Dazhuang and glanced at his attribute. He discovered that he had already entered the peak of the true Stage 4 War God body. It probably wouldn't be long before he broke through to the true Stage 5. This kind of cultivation speed made Ning Qi quite envious, as expected of someone with the bloodline of the mighty Titan. Thinking of this, Ning Qi nodded at Niu Dazhuang and then looked at Mo Wenhui. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it? Senior brother Zhong. When Mo Wenhui saw that Zhong Yin was ignoring him and Ning Qi was standing defenseless in front of him, he gritted his teeth and attacked Ning Qi. Die. An inner disciple cannot be humiliated. A dark purple fighting spirit gushed out of Mo Wenhui's body like hundreds of poisonous snakes, interweaving into an inescapable net, covering Ning Qi's head. Solidification of Do Qi. This is our Cloud Rising Sex Earth Rank Mid-Grade Martial Skill, Odd Snake Palm. At this moment, even a small mountain would be crushed into pieces. I don't know how senior apprentice brother Ning will resist Mo Wenhui's move. Zhong Yin's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Mo Wenhui. Even Fang Mo wasn't a match for Ning Qi, so how could Mo Wenhui overturn the heavens? Good timing. Ning Qi laughed wildly and slapped his palm towards Mo Wenhui. Roar. A dragon roar resounded. Via Silver Dragon instantly flew out of Ning Qi's palm and destroyed the inescapable net condensed from Duki like breaking dry weeds and smashing into Mo Wenhui's body. Mo Wenhui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The outer disciples behind him quickly moved away to avoid being hit by Mo Wenhui. What kind of martial skill is this? Mo Wenhui was in disbelief. Even if Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than his, it shouldn't be this terrifying. He couldn't even take one move from Ning Qi? Mo Wenhui then landed heavily on the ground. He rolled a dozen times in a sorry state. Even I can't block this palm. Zhong Yin looked at Ning Qi in a daze and took a deep breath. I've said it before, you're not a match for young master. Niu Dezhuang looked at Mo Wenhui and said in a low voice, on the warship, this Ning Qi fellow is too strong. Wu Hu's heart skipped a beat. In his heart, he replaced himself with Mo Wenhui and stood in front of Ning Qi. The result of the practice was actually a 50-50 chance of winning? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Xia Bing. At this moment, Xia Bing's face also revealed a shocked expression. Ning Qi slowly walked to Mo Wenhui's side and looked down at him. Ning Qi, we have a misunderstanding about this matter. Mo Wenhui revealed a smile and was prepared to beg for mercy. In his opinion, his identity as an inner sect disciple had admitted defeat to Ning Qi. No matter what, Ning Qi shouldn't take his legs, right? I originally wanted to cut off your legs, but seeing that you're remorseful now, Ning Qi looked at Mo Wenhui and smiled faintly. When Mo Wenhui heard this, a trace of joy rose in his heart. As long as he could escape today, he would have a chance to regain the dignity that he lost today from Ning Qi. Kacha! A crisp sound came from his leg, followed by a bone-piercing pain. Kacha! There was another sound. Mo Wenhui looked at his broken legs in anger. He suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't dare to look at Ning Qi. He was afraid that Ning Qi would see the hatred in his eyes. Ning Qi glanced at Mo Wenhui in disappointment, then turned and walked towards Zhong Yin. Senior brother, if you don't mind, come to my courtyard and have a seat. This, all right. Zhong Yin nodded. He suddenly didn't want to introduce Ning Qi to those people. He had to firmly establish a good relationship with such an existence. Boss, you're really amazing. Duan Yingjun walked over with a pig's head and a proud look. He looked like he deserved a beating. However, after this incident, no outer sect disciple would dare to provoke Duan Yingjun anymore. After all, Ning Qi was such a protective person. For the servant beside him, he could actually break the legs of an inner sect disciple. Other than him, there was no one else in the Cloud Rising sect, right? After Ning Qi and the others left, Bao Tu walked over to Mo Wenhui with a trace of pity in his eyes. Today, Mo Wenhui had not only lost his legs, but his dignity and reputation. As an inner disciple, he had been defeated by Ning Qi in a single move in front of so many outer disciples. It was too embarrassing. I've already advised you, Bao Tu said indifferently. Then, he didn't wait for Mo Wenhui to react and left. Senior brother, let's go too? Lu Chongqing's two lackeys said softly. Lu Chongqing nodded and hesitated for a moment. Let's go take a mission. We shouldn't stay in the Cloud Rising sect for this period of time. He was still thinking about Ning Qi's palm. The aura was so strong. Such a martial technique was probably at least heaven inferior grade. Let's go too. Shin Yuanba smiled faintly. Come to my courtyard and have a seat. All right. Wu Hu smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Xia Bing controlled the warship and flew in the direction of the courtyard. At this moment, the crowd of outer disciples on the Flying Cloud Plaza finally recovered from their astonishment. They inhaled deeply and cast pitiful gazes at Mo Wenhui, who was standing not far away. Enduring the pain, Mo Wenhui urged his Do Qi to soar into the sky and fly toward the inner gate. Chapter 536. Chapter 536 of the DAD. The true disciple Apir Shintu Yuanba was filled with emotions as he stood in his courtyard again. Brother Shintu, your courtyard is not bad. The supreme heavenly swine patted Shintu Yuanba's shoulder with a smile. The huge force caused Shinto Yuanba's feet to sink into the ground. Shinto Yuanba looked at him with a bitter smile. The supreme heavenly swine reacted, laughed dryly, and changed the topic. At this moment, Ning Qi walked in with the rest. Master. Ning Qi cupped his hands at Shinto Yuanba. Zhongyin smiled and cupped his hands. I am Zhongyin. Greetings, Elder Shinto. Then, he glanced at the venerable celestial swine and was taken aback. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. He could tell that the venerable celestial swine was not a human. No human would be as ugly as him. Master. Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei ran to Xiaobing's side. Xiaobing looked at the two of them and nodded. Shinto Yuanba looked at Ning Qi and nodded. Seeing that there were many people around, he smiled at Ning Qi. Disciple, take out your delicious food to entertain us. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Not long after, the outer sect disciples outside the courtyard smelled a tempting aroma coming from Shinto Yuanba's courtyard. They swallowed their saliva in envy. They were curious about what Ning Qi had gotten this time. Duan Tianying clenched his fist. When he thought of Duan Feifei and Duan Yingjun being lovey-dovey inside, he was filled with hatred. After a while, he turned and walked towards the inner sect. He wanted to find Hua Wushang and ask why Ning Qi was not dead yet. But before he walked halfway, he met Hua Wushang and Hua Shiri. At this moment, the two of them were following behind a young man respectfully. Who is this? I have never seen him before. Duan Tianying's eyes suddenly narrowed. Even though he didn't recognize the young man who seemed to be only 23 or 24 years old, just by looking at how respectful Hua Shi was, this young man's background was definitely not simple. Could it be that they're here to cause trouble for Ning Qi? Thinking of that, Duan Tianying intentionally revealed himself so that Hua Wushang could see him. However, he ignored Duan Tianying. He and Hua Shiri clustered around that youth and walked past Duan Tianying, not even looking at him. Duan Tianying felt very humiliated. After thinking for a moment, he thickened his skin and followed them. Brat, you're not bad. Your appetite is comparable to mine. Come, let's finish this. Supremacy Tianju seemed to have found a confidant, pulling Niu Dezhuang along to drink. Niu Dezhuang cultivated the god of war technique, the god of war body, and he had the bloodline of the Herculean Titan. In terms of appetite, he was not inferior to the venerable heavenly pig. In fact, he was slightly better. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, what is the origin of that person? Zhongyin asked Ning Qi in a low voice as he ate the whole roast cow. His name is Supremacy Heavenly Swine. Ning Qi laughed. Supremacy Heavenly Swine? Zhongyin frowned slightly, but suddenly, his face turned pale. Ning Qi saw this and asked curiously, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhong, have you heard of him? At that moment, Supremacy Heavenly Swine happened to look at Zhongyin. Zhongyin hurriedly smiled and said, I've never heard of him. I just feel that the title is very powerful. Ning Qi was a little suspicious. Well, we should leave too. The man and two women who came out of the draconic penitentiary with Duan Baoshan hesitated for a moment and walked in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi knew that the man was called Chaonan, a disciple of the Nine State Empire's Jia Gong residence. The two women were disciples of a first-rate sect in Dongxian. Duan Baoshan looked at the three of them and had no intention of asking them to stay. Ning Qi smiled and said, If that's the case, then take care. Yes, thank you, Brother Ning and everyone else. If you come to the Nine-State Empire, the three of us will definitely welcome you. Chaonan laughed dryly. Then, he led the two women towards the gate of the courtyard. At that moment, the gate suddenly exploded. The three of them hurriedly dodged to the side and looked at the newcomer in shock. Everyone looked towards the gate. Shinto Yuanba's face was gloomy. He had just returned to the sect, and who was it that did not give him face and came looking for trouble? Hua Shiri? Hua Wushang. That guy's aura. Supremacy Heavenly Swine's eyes immediately stopped on the young man, his heart filled with fear. Hua Shiri, what do you mean by this? Wu Hu said angrily. Hua Shiri glanced at Wu Hu coldly, then at Shin Yuanba and Ning Qi. He sneered in his heart and did not speak, but looked at the young man in front of him. Who are you? As the owner of this place, Shin Yuanba could see that Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang were led by the young man, so he asked in a clear voice. At the same time, he was a little confused. He seemed to have never seen him in the Rising Cloud sect. He seems to have come with ill intentions? Cha Nan and the other two thought in their hearts. At this moment, Duan Tianying had also arrived at the gate. Other than him, some outer sect disciples were attracted over, including a few deacon elders and ordinary elders. The young man ignored Shin Yuanba and looked at Ning Qi indifferently. You are Ning Qi? What's the matter? Ning Qi frowned and said. You have seen Su Zhen before? The young man continued. Su Zhen? Purple Sun Sword Emperor? Ning Qi reacted. Shin Yuanba had mentioned this name in the Purple Thorn Dragon Valley previously. Looks like you have indeed seen him before. The young man sneered and grabbed Ning Qi with his large hand. Almost instantly, Ning Qi was restrained. Supremacy Heavenly Swine moved, but everyone only saw a blur before Supremacy Heavenly Swine was sent flying. Hua Wushang's face revealed an ecstatic expression as he looked at Ning Qi, gloating, let's see if you can still be arrogant with a direct disciple personally taking action this time. What a frightening aura. He is a Do Zun. Moreover, his cultivation is not low. He is definitely not an ordinary Do Zun. So young could he be? Direct disciple? Shin Yuanba and the rest had a frightening guess. So strong. Ning Qi will not be able to escape this time, right? Duan Tianying looked at this scene with ecstasy. The remaining outer sect disciples revealed a shocked expression. Those deacon elders could not help but look at each other curiously. Where did this young man come from? You are a direct disciple? Shin Yuanba said in a deep voice. When the young man heard the words direct disciple, he nodded and said indifferently, Indeed, I am a direct disciple under Elder Bei Hong, Yin Changzai. Hiss, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air as they looked at Yin Changzai in fear. A direct disciple had actually appeared? Ning Qi, this fellow, had even offended a direct disciple? Many revealed a gloating smile. Direct disciple? I wonder if there is any grudge between us? Although Ning Qi was restrained, his mouth could still move. No. Yin Changzai said indifferently. Then why are you doing this? Ning Qi said coldly. Because you've seen Su Zhen before. He didn't kill you because he wants you to be a spy for the Rising Cloud sect. Hence, I have to investigate this thoroughly. If you're a spy, I'll kill you. If you're not, I'll let you go. Yin Changzai said indifferently. Ning Qi laughed maniacally. What right do you have to say that I am a spy? Is there a hole in your brain? He dared to speak to a direct disciple in such a manner. Chapter 537. One step at a time, haha, they told me that you are very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Reaching the peak of a Do Huang at such a young age is indeed something to be proud of. Yin Changzai did not seem to be angry. He smiled. But what does this mean to me? That's right, Ning Qi's talent was really nothing to a true disciple. Every true disciple was at least an existence of the Do Zun class. Even Master could not recognize you. I reckon that you are much older than you look now, right? If I were to reach your age, I would at least be a Do Xing, even if not a Do Di. What do you mean to me? Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was silent. Even Hua Wushang's expression was sluggish. He looked at Yin Changzai with some fear. Yin Changzai looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Do you know that I can destroy your cultivation with a flick of my finger? I know. Ning Qi nodded. Then, why do you want to anger me again and again? Yin Changzai smiled. Do you admit that you are angered by me? Ningqi asked. Yin Changzai took a deep breath and resisted the urge to blast Ningqi into smithereens. After scanning the crowd, he smiled at Ningqi and said, "I hope you can still speak like this later." After saying that, he grabbed Ningqi's neck and was about to fly away. But at this moment, a faint pressure suddenly came from the sky. Yin Changzai's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and asked, "May I ask which Lamp Elder has come personally?" Lamp Elder? Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked up. They saw a woman dressed in white walking through the air. With every step she took, a lotus flower would rise from under her feet. Everyone felt the stone in their hearts become heavier. Other than that, they also smelled a strange fragrance. Has Elder Meng been practicing some qi method recently? She has become even more beautiful. Ningqi thought to himself. It was Meng Qingling. Seeing her, Ningqi heaved a sigh of relief. Even 10 Yin Changzai would not be able to take him away. Elder Meng, Yin Changzai's face revealed a trace of surprise. He quickly let go of Ningqi and bowed to Meng Qingling. "Elder Meng is here." Zhong Yin was somewhat shocked. Thinking of the relationship between Meng Qingling and Ningqi, he looked at Yin Changzai with ridicule. "I heard that her relationship with Ningqi is not ordinary. Looks like today's direct disciple will not trouble Ningqi," Elder Meng Qingling said. Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang's faces were a bit gloomy, but they were afraid of being seen by Meng Qingling, so they slightly lowered their heads. Could it be the Lamp Elder of the Cloud Rising sect? Saint level? A Do Xing class existence? Chan An and the other two were shocked. Meng Qingling looked at Yin Changzai and nodded. "Changzai, the last time we met, it has been more than 80 years, right?" Yin Changzai's expression slightly changed. Ningqi had previously mocked him for not being as young as he looked, but now that Meng Qingling had pointed it out, it was truly embarrassing. However, in front of Meng Qingling, he did not dare to be rude and quickly said, "Elder Meng, you are right." At the same time, Yin Changzai thought to himself, "Master said that Meng Qingling consumed the beauty pill and regained her youthful appearance. It is indeed so." Meng Qingling smiled and looked at Ningqi. "Was the trip to the draconic prison successful?" Reporting to Elder Meng, everything went smoothly. "Master has also returned safely." Ningqi cupped his hands. With Meng Qingling's arrival, the restriction placed on Ningqi by Yin Changzai had disappeared. "Elder Meng, thank you for your help." Shintu Yuanba knew that Meng Qingling had helped a lot and quickly bowed. "And you have a good disciple. I came here today with a request. I wonder if Elder Shintu is willing to hear it?" Meng Qingling smiled. Shintu Yuanba was somewhat disappointed. He had already guessed something. "Elder Meng, please speak." Shintu Yuan was overbearing. Everyone was curious. Elder Meng was a Lamp Elder, a Do Xing. Why would she ask Shintu Yuanba for help? "Ningqi is not bad. I am willing to accept him as a direct disciple. However, I will not force him. After all, Meng Qingling looked at Ningqi. "He has already rejected me once." Hiss! Yin Changzai sucked in a breath of cold air. He could no longer maintain his calm expression as he looked at Ningqi and Meng Qingling in shock. "Am I dreaming? Elder Meng wants to accept Ningqi as a direct disciple. Ningqi rejected her once? Who can pinch me awake?" Hua Wushang's face turned pale as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Duan Tianying was the same. He felt tired from the repeated blows. If Ningqi really became a direct disciple, it would be best for him to find a reason to leave the Cloud Rising sect. That was the only way out. "I did not bet on the wrong treasure." Ha ha! Zhong Yin was ecstatic. He looked at Ningqi as if he was looking at a divine weapon. "Elder Meng," Shintu Yuanba was about to agree. Ningqi smiled bitterly. "Elder Meng, I think this matter. Don't speak first. Let me finish. I know that you care about the relationship between you and Elder Shintu. So, even if you become my direct disciple, Elder Shintu will still be your master. Meng Qingling said calmly. What? There was such a thing? What did Ning Qi do to make Elder Meng give in like this? The outer disciples, normal elders, servant disciples, and deacon elders all looked at Ning Qi as if he was a monster. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Apart from that, they had no other thoughts. Even Duan Ingjun and the rest were extremely envious. Becoming a direct disciple. This was the dream of all the deacon elders. Now, this huge pie had fallen into the hands of Ning Qi, an outer disciple. This made everyone feel very unbalanced. Shintu Yuanbao was ecstatic and blurted out, "If that's the case, I'm willing." Ning Qi was also shocked and couldn't help but look at Meng Qingling. "So, do you agree?" The corner of Meng Qingling's mouth rose slightly. "Elder Meng, this disciple is willing." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands together. "If that's the case, that's good." Meng Qingling smiled slightly. This smile came from the bottom of her heart. Everyone present could not help but be stunned. At this moment, Yin Changzai's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "Elder Meng, Ning Qi has seen Su Jun. I suspect that he has an ulterior motive for returning to the Cloud Rising sect. You also know Su Jun's character. How could he let a Cloud Rising sect disciple leave the Dragon Penitentiary so easily?" Meng Qingling looked at Yin Changzai indifferently. "Would my direct disciple be a spy?" Yin Changzai still wanted to say something. Meng Qingling suddenly waved her arm and a gust of wind appeared. Yin Changzai could not react in time and was swept into the air. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of everyone. Too scary. Is this the strength of a Doxing? A Dozun with extraordinary cultivation was actually unable to retaliate in front of her. Chapter 538. De Zhuang descends the mountain, Meng Qingling. In the outer sect mountain range, Yin Changzai finally managed to stop his body. Only then did he realize that he had been sent flying for an unknown distance. Even his hair was in a mess and he was in a sorry state. He couldn't help but let out an angry roar towards the sky. "I must report this matter to my master and have him take action. If that fellow is related to Su Jun, I will personally kill him." Yin Changzai turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the Cloud Rising sect. His face was dark. In the courtyard, Ning Qi looked at Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang, who were dumbfounded. "I'm sorry to disappoint the two of you." Hua Shiri laughed dryly and cupped his hands at Meng Qingling. "I still have some matters to attend to. I will take my leave first." With that, he immediately pulled Hua Wushang and fled the area. If Ning Qi took the opportunity to use Meng Qingling to teach them a lesson, they would lose face. Brother Ning's backing is so powerful. I really didn't expect it. Supremacy. Tianzhu grinned at Ning Qi. "I have to leave the sect for a while. The direct inheritance ceremony will be held in 3 months. Meng Qingling said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi calculated the time and said awkwardly, "Elder Meng, I have arranged a battle with Heishui Yunshi of the Black Water Dragon clan in 3 months. He was going to fight with Heishui Yunshi of the Black Water Dragon clan? How could this be compared to the direct inheritance ceremony? Was he crazy? Everyone looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. The Black Water Dragon clan was only comparable to a first-rate sect. It was said that the expert in the clan was only a rank 8 dragon, right? Unexpectedly, Meng Qingling only said, "Then we'll talk about it when you have time." Meng Qingling stepped on the air and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi, congratulations. Wu Hu reacted quickly and went forward to congratulate him. Seeing this, Zhong Yin hurriedly congratulated Ning Qi. "Congratulations to junior brother Ning. Oh no, senior brother Ning. Congratulations to senior brother Ning for becoming a successor disciple. I am honored to witness the birth of a successor disciple. Everyone, you're too kind." Ning Qi smiled and nodded at everyone. The crowd realized that there was no pride or joy in his smile. It was just an ordinary smile. Could it be that he didn't care about becoming a true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? This kid is getting more and more unfathomable, Xia Bing thought to herself. Among the outer disciples, Tai Bing turned around and left. Someone chased after her. Senior sister Tai Bing, aren't we going to get close to Ning Qi? Where are you going? I'm going to train. The next time I come back, I will definitely become an inner disciple. Tai Bing said, full of fighting spirit. Because of Ning Qi's matter, in the next few days, the outer sect was in an uproar. Even the green-robed elder had heard of this matter. Many people personally came to visit Ning Qi and Shintu Yuanba. Of course, Ning Qi was their real target, while Shintu Yuanba was just a passerby. After all, Shintu Yuanba would become the master of a successor disciple in the future. It would be beneficial for him to be familiar with him. Those fellows who were secretly furious at Shintu Yuanba for causing their monthly cultivation resources to decrease no longer dared to scold Shintu Yuanba in secret. Niu Dezhuang, your war god's body can no longer be trained in the outer sect. Go down the mountain. Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang, who was already 2 heads taller than him, and said indifferently. Niu Dezhuang was slightly stunned. He said unwillingly, Master, I want to train by your side. Ning Qi shook his head. That's not good. With your blood, with your talent, you need to rely on continuous battles and continuous challenges to stimulate your true potential. How about this? I'll give you a goal. Enter the top 100 of the dragon ranking. Then, come and see me again. Top 100 of the dragon ranking? Niu Dezhuang was shocked. Master, you're also only in the top 100 of the dragon ranking. Am I not stealing your position? Idiot, by the time you enter the top 100 of the dragon ranking, I might already be first, or even in the man ranking. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Niu Dezhuang's brain was a little slow. In the end, he was kicked out by Ning Qi. This scene was seen by many people. They thought that Niu Dezhuang was no longer favored and was chased down the mountain by Ning Qi. They all looked at Niu Dezhuang with gloating eyes. Those who were attacked by Niu Dezhuang had even more ideas in their minds. Cha Nan and the other 2 had already left. Duan Baoshan had been hanging out with Duan Yingjun during this period of time. He had completely treated himself as a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect and could not be chased away. Speaking of which, he was Duan Yingjun's uncle. However, it was said that he had been trying to persuade Duan Yingjun to drink with him. This news was passed to Ning Qi by Duan Feifei. She wanted Ning Qi to teach Duan Baoshan a lesson and not be so disrespectful. Ning Qi naturally would not participate in such family matters. On the day Niu Dezhuang left the mountain, Ning Qi also left the Cloud Rising sect with Venerable Celestial Pig. He planned to go back to the Qin Tang Empire first to solve the problem of little Yer Anzua Ling Er's lack of yang. The extreme yang chalcedony was sold for 30,000 dragon-slaying coins in the dragon-slaying mall. Ning Qi bought 2 pieces and felt a little heartache. The dragon-slaying coins quickly decreased to 146,400. Qin Tang Empire. Champion Marquis Residence. The Lotus Leaf Courtyard. This was the courtyard where Ning Hongtian lived after he retired as the head of the family. It was located at the edge of the Champion Marquis Residence. Little Yuan. Nangong Yu said faintly. Little Yuan immediately ran to her side and whispered, First, madam. Go and see how young master's cultivation is going. Nangong Yu said. I just came from young master's cultivation place. Young master seems to be about to break through to the king fighter realm. Little Yuan quickly said. Really? That's great. Yen is the first king fighter among this generation of disciples in the Ning mansion. Ning Qi, that bastard, is still not the legitimate one. Nangong Yu's face revealed a trace of joy. She thought to herself, Ning Hongdu's cultivation is too low. Yen can kill him with one palm. Letting him become the head of the family is probably just an expedient plan of the old master. When Yen breaks through to the king fighter realm, I will let the people from the blood slaughter sect kill Ning Hong. At that time, Yen will definitely become the next head of the family, breaking through to the king fighter realm in his 20s. This kind of talent was also one of the best in the Qin Tang Empire. Huang Futao, Chao Jing, and Kong Tianqi, who were of the same generation as Ning Yen, were still working hard to break through to the fighting spirit realm. Even Zhantai Qinxian and Huang Fulingfeng, who were slightly stronger, were only experts of the fighting spirit realm. As for the seventh princess Qin Yao, she was directly excluded. After all, Qin Yao's sect, the Celestial Phoenix sect, was a first-rate sect. It was more than 100 times stronger than the 100 Grass sect, the Green Mist sect, and the nearby second-rate and third-rate sections. At this moment, a long whistle suddenly came from not far away. Chapter 539. Do Wang Ning, that whistle. Someone broke through to the king realm? Who is it? In the armor removal garden, great-grandfather Ning flew to a stone room with a group of old servants. The others, including Ning Hongtian, Ning Hongdu, and Ning Honghai, also arrived. At this moment, the stone room exploded and a tall figure walked out. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Only when he saw great-grandfather Ning did he retract his killing intent. It's Ning Yen. He broke through to the king realm. Everyone was shocked. Ning Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward and bowed to great-grandfather Ning. Great-grandfather Yenner, you broke through to the king realm? That's great. Nangong Yu rushed to Ning Yan's side happily. Ning Hongtian's eyes were also filled with gratification. Ning Yan's other brothers all looked at Ning Yan with incomparable jealousy. They didn't know how Ning Yan had changed so much in such a short period of time. Not only did he change his appearance, but even his cultivation base was rising. Could it be that he had cultivated some special cultivation technique? Ning Honghai laughed. Our Ning clan has a successor in the third generation. I think the position of clan head should be passed to Ning Yan. He broke through to the king realm at such a young age, except... His expression changed and he laughed dryly. Let's not talk about it. That guy has separated from the family and is no longer a member of our Ning clan. Everyone knew who he was talking about, but no one would say it now. Ning Honghai was right. Ning Qi had indeed separated from the Ning clan. He was the Dragon Slayer Marquis and the City Lord of Red Sun City. He probably didn't care about the Champion Marquis position. Ning Qi, the further I go, the faster my cultivation speed will be. One day, I will catch up to you. You are a 6-star Do Huang now, right? Just wait, give me another 3 years and I will definitely break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, I will cut you down with my blade. Ning Yen thought fiercely. Great-grandfather Ning looked at Ning Yen and frowned slightly. He actually had some doubts about Ning Yan's technique that could change his appearance. However, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, this Qi method had helped Ning Yen recover his cultivation and break through to the king realm. Thinking of this, grandfather Ning smiled faintly and said, not bad. Ning Hongdo's expression was a little ugly. The words that Ning Honghai had said earlier were clearly targeted at him. Now that Ning Yen had broken through to the Do Wang class and had even obtained the praise of the old grandfather, it was likely that his position as the clan head would be in some danger. Fortunately, Ning Qi can restrain him. So what if he is a Do Wang? Ning Qi is a 6-star Do Huang. Thinking of this, Ning Hongdu's expression became slightly better. However, he did not notice that Nangong Yu's gaze was filled with killing intent. In a certain hall of the blood slaughter sect. Murder! Kill who? Champion Marquis. Are you going to accept it? My blood slaughter sect doesn't accept any orders. However, the price of killing a Marquis is naturally extremely high. Can you afford it? Is 500,000 taels of gold enough? Let's wait for the news. Dragon-slaying Marquis residence. The current dragon-slaying Marquis residence was already very different from before after Ningqi became the governor of the Red Sun City. No matter who it was, no one dared to breathe too loudly in front of the Marquis residence. Zhao Er's favorite thing to do now was to sit on a stool at the entrance and guard the entrance with the guards that the old grandfather had sent. The only difference was that there were often acquaintances who came over to chat with Zhao Er. Their tone was filled with flattery. Even the housekeepers of the various noble mansions had to be respectful. This was despite the fact that Zhao Er did not have any douqi and was only an ordinary person. The weakest among them was a doushi. For example, the housekeeper of the Crown Prince's imperial tutor residence was a douwang. Even when facing Zhao Er, he appeared somewhat subservient and did not dare to underestimate Zhao Er. After all, there were only so many people in the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. Each of them was highly valued by Ningqi. The weather is really good today. Why is there no one coming to visit? Zhao Er crossed his legs and sat paralyzed on the chair. As he smoked, he narrowed his eyes and thought. Housekeeper Zhao, just as he muttered that there was no one, a fellow immediately appeared beside Zhao Er. The guards glanced at him and ignored him. This was because this person was the housekeeper of the Crown Prince's imperial tutor residence, Chao Hong. He often visited and the guards had already seen him many times. Zhao Er immediately opened his eyes and looked at Chao Hong with a smile. Housekeeper Chao, is there anything I can help you with? Chao Hong smiled and said, It's like this. There are a few disciples of the Chao family who want to go to Red Sun City to gain some experience. It would be best if they could be closer to Li Feihua. After all, he is ranked 2000th on the Dongxian ranking list of young masters. If we can give him a few pointers, it will be of great help to the cultivation of our Chao family disciples. I wonder if housekeeper Zhao can help me put in a word with General Tong Guan? That's not a problem. Your Chao family and the dragon-slaying Marquis residents are considered allies. How about this? I'll send a letter one day and ask Tong Guan. If there's an empty spot, let your Chao family disciples take it. Zhao Er smiled and agreed straightforwardly. He did not ask for any bribes from Chao Hong either. This was because he knew that no bribe could compare to his current position. With Zhao Er's intelligence, how would he allow himself to make a mistake? The Chao family head, Chao Dinglong, had a good relationship with his young master. In the Qin Tang Empire, he was considered one of the few allies. It was naturally a good thing that he could help. Housekeeper Zhao is that straightforward, Chao Hong said with a smile. Who are you? Suddenly, the guards panicked as they looked at the two figures walking towards them from a distance. Their attention was focused on the scarily large fellow. The fellow had a terrifying appearance and did not look like someone easy to deal with. The fellow beside him was ignored by the guards. A one-star king of combat aura erupted from Chao Hong's body. He jumped in front of the two and looked at Venerable Celestial Swine warily. Who are you? Venerable Celestial Swine looked at Ningqi. Brother, didn't you say that this is your home? Don't your servants recognize you? Ningqi rolled his eyes. On your way here, have you ever seen anyone look at me? When you transform, can't you look a little prettier? That's true, Venerable Celestial Swine smiled awkwardly. Ah, you are. I am Chao Hong. Greetings, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Chao Hong saw Ningqi's face and hurriedly knelt down in excitement. Young master. Zhao Er rushed over excitedly. Chao Hong, you're the housekeeper of the Chao family, right? What are you here for? Ningqi smiled. Zhao Er told Ningqi the reason for Chao Hong's visit. Ningqi nodded and said, Send a message to Tong Guan. In the future, if the Chao family wants to go to Red Sun City, just arrange a seat for them. Give up some of the seats for the other families. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Chao Hong said excitedly. Old Chow, are you satisfied now? Zhao Er was happy for Chow Hong. Housekeeper Chow, you can come over with old Master Chow in the future when you're free. Ning Qi smiled. Chow Hong reacted quickly and hurriedly said, all right, I'll take my leave first. Chapter 540. Green Luan Fire Phoenix Bao, young master is back. Zhao Er shouted as soon as he entered the manor. Soon, little Yuan Zuoling ran into Ning Qi's arms like two gusts of wind. Haha, you've grown taller again. Ning Qi smiled at the two girls. They had grown a few inches taller in a few months. They would not be able to stay in Ning Qi's arms like before in a year or two. Young master, we missed you so much. Little Yuan Zuoling hugged Ning Qi's neck. I missed you guys too. Ning Qi smiled. Then, he put them down. I brought you some gift. You have to carry these 2 jade pendants with you at all times. Don't take them off even when you're bathing. Do you understand? As he spoke, Ning Qi hung the yang chalcedony that was threaded with a rope around the 2 children's necks. Little Yu Er's eyes lit up. So comfortable. A wave of yang energy entered her body from the yang jade essence. Little Yu Er, who had already lost her balance of yin and yang, felt as if she was bathing in the morning sun. Zuoling felt the same as little Yu, but now that she saw the venerable celestial swine, she stood rooted to the ground, not daring to speak. Young master, who is he? Little Yu stepped forward and blocked Zuoling looking at the venerable celestial swine warily. At this moment, De Guzi, Zuoling and Xian Che rushed over, followed by Third Master Ning. When they saw the venerable celestial swine, they were shocked. If not for Ning Qi standing beside the venerable celestial swine with a smile, Third Master Ning would have thought that the venerable celestial swine was an assassin hired by an enemy of the Dragon Slayer manor. He did not look like a good person. Third Master Ning's guess was right. The supremacy celestial swine was not a good person. He had probably eaten countless humans before. They're all here? Zhang Long and Zhao, who are in the suburbs, right? Ning Qi smiled. When they returned to the capital, Ning Qi sensed the Hill Dragon and Ashen Flame Dragon in the suburbs. The Dragon Knights were probably stationed in the capital. They are indeed in the suburbs. Third Master Ning nodded. What? Zuoling suddenly burst into tears. That was because the supremacy celestial pig grinned at her. That look was too terrifying. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and comforted Zuoling. He introduced him to the crowd. This is my brother, celestial swine. Don't be afraid of him. Yes, I am Ning Qi's brother. Supremacy heavenly pig nodded. Young master's brother? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the way Zuoling looked at the honorable celestial swine was still filled with fear. Just then, the honorable celestial swine took a step forth and extended his hand towards Zuoling. The 2 children's hearts were in their throats. Madame Zuo was also extremely nervous. Just as Supremacy Celestial Pig's palm was about to reach Zuoling 2 short bows appeared in his originally empty palm. These are Middle-Earth Tier Do weapons. I obtained them from the Draconic Penitentiary. They are the Green Phoenix Bow and the Fire Phoenix Bow. I will give them to you. Venerable Celestial Pig grinned. The 2 little ones were immediately attracted by the exquisite little bow, and their eyes were filled with joy. They nervously took the little bow from the Supreme Celestial Swine's hands and started fiddling with it. Hurry up and thank us, Ning Qi said in a deep voice. Little Yu hurriedly pulled Zuoling to bow to the Honorable Celestial Pig. Thank you, Uncle Celestial Pig. Uncle? Shouldn't it be Uncle? Forget it. Ha ha ha, I, the Honorable Celestial Pig, also have a niece. Not bad, not bad. The Honorable Celestial Pig laughed heartily. Middle-Earth Tier Do weapon. Hiss, the 4 women and Third Master Ning inhaled a breath of cold air. They looked at the 2 exquisite short bows in shock. There was indeed an aura that even Third Master Ning could feel from them. Young master's brother's first move was already so exaggerated. Who exactly was he? Wait. Honorable, could it be? Third Master Ning's eyes were filled with shock. He could not help but blurt out, could it be that you are a Do Zoom? Ning Qi and the Honorable Celestial Pig looked at each other and smiled. The Honorable Celestial Pig nodded at Third Master Ning and said proudly, that's right, I am a Do Zoon. I am Third Master Ning. Greetings, Do Zoon. Third Master Ning hurriedly went forward to bow. His heart seemed to be in turmoil. Ning Qi's brother was actually a Do Zoon. This was really. God bless the Marquis residence. He had already been extremely shocked when he learned that the eldest brother of the old grandfather, Ning Xiandong, was a Do Zone. Now, Ning Qi's brother was a Do Zoon. Ning San really did not know how to describe the shock in his heart. Xin Che and the other three women were also cultivators. They naturally knew the meaning of the word Do Zoon. While they were shocked, they could not help but look at Ning Qi. After confirming that Ning Qi was not being threatened by the Honorable Celestial Pig, they went forward to bow. Young master, you have become stronger. Madame Zhua looked at Ning Qi with satisfaction. In her heart, Ning Qi had always been like a little brother. She was very pleased to see Ning Qi grow step by step to where he was today. The Honorable Celestial Pig was very pleased. He greeted everyone amiably, and then looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Brother, shouldn't you set up a table when you return home? Set. I wonder what other ideals you have other than eating and sleeping. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. After that, he released Little Z and the rest and bought a few tables of delicacies from the dragon-slaying mall. He let the guards outside come in to eat and drink. When the two little ones saw the little fresh meat, they clamored to ride it around the capital city. However, Ning Qi stopped them. He did not want to spread the news the next day that the two little princesses of the dragon-slaying marquis rode around the capital on a rank 6 demonic beast and caused great losses to all the merchants. Both of you follow me. Ning Qi pulled the two little ones to the stone pavilion in the backyard. Try to cultivate the 9 revered maiden mantra. Alright. Seeing that, the two little ones sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, pale pink heterogeneous qi was emitted from their bodies. The qi even condensed into pink petals in the air. Clear water in. Qin Yingding, Qin Long, and the other descendants of the royal family were gathered here to watch the performance of the dancers from Red Sun City. Behind them sat Huang Pu Tao and the other descendants of the nobles. Suddenly, a servant walked in and whispered something in Qin Yingding's ear. Then, Qin Yingding stood up and left. Qin Long was slightly stunned. He stood up and chased after him with the other descendant. What's going on? Kong Tianqi waved his fan and looked at the backs of Qin Yingding and the others in shock. Huang Pu Tao pulled the servant over and asked, What happened? The dragon-slaying marquis is back. The servant said indifferently. Ning Qi is back? Everyone was shocked to hear that. At this moment, a descendant of a third-rate family suddenly stood up and smiled at Huang Pu Tao. Well, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. The others looked at each other. Then, someone else stood up and left. Soon, apart from the dancers, there were only a dozen descendants of the nobles left. They all looked at Huang Pu Tao to see what he was going to do. Forget it. Let's go pay a visit. Chapter 541. Second minor breakthrough. When Qin Yingding arrived at the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence, there was not a single guard outside. He personally knocked on the door, and it was Zhao Er who opened the door. He smiled as soon as he saw Qin Yingding. Ninth Prince, are you here to see the Marquis? Qin Yingding nodded with a smile. Is the Marquis free? I'm free, please come in. Zhao Er nodded with a smile and glanced at Qin Long and the rest who had just arrived. Ning Qi had already ordered that if there were any guests that he found pleasing to the eye, they were to be let in. When Qin Yingding and the others entered the Marquis's residence and Zhao Er was about to close the door, Huang Pu Tao and the others arrived. You want to see the Marquis too? Zhao Er sneered. You. Someone was dissatisfied with Zhao Er's attitude and flew into a rage, but was stopped by Huang Pu Tao. Huang Pu Tao stepped forward with a smile. Housekeeper Zhao, we are indeed here to see the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Can you do us a favor? Zhao Er originally didn't plan on letting them in, but a thought crossed his mind. The corner of his lips curled up into a smile. If that's the case, then come in. Thank you, Housekeeper Zhao. Huang Pu Tao smiled. Then, they followed Zhao Er to the backyard. Ning. Qin Yingding was about to speak. Shoo. Ning Qi signaled for them to be quiet. Everyone shut their mouths and looked curiously at little Anzua Ling. Third Master Ning also walked over slowly. When he saw Qin Yingding, he nodded at him, then looked at Shao with a serious expression. He knew that Zhao's body had problems due to the cultivation method Long Jiutian had given him. It had been a long time since he dared to cultivate, but today, after waiting for about an hour, one of the fellows behind Huang Pu Tao grew impatient and said, Dragon-slaying Marquis, we have so many people waiting here. Aren't you being too rude? Ning Qi's eyes suddenly looked at that fellow. The aura of a peak Do Huang instantly swept out from his body. It was as though a huge rock was pressing down on him. The frightening aura directly suppressed that fellow until he knelt on the ground. What's going on? His face was filled with fear. He tried to get up, but he could not control his body at all. How terrifying! Ning Qi was already this strong? Just a gaze was enough to cause a 7-star dosher to directly kneel on the ground? Huang Pu Tao looked at Ning Qi's eyes with a trace of unwillingness and fear in the midst of fear. The bastard son of the Dragon Slayer Marquis, whom he had never taken seriously in the past, had now grown to a point where he had to look up to him. This made Huang Pu Tao feel extremely hopeless. Qin Long and Qin Yingding looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. The rest of the royals were the same. At this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They glanced at the unlucky fellow kneeling on the ground with some schadenfreude, before turning their gazes to little Anzua Ling. Time passed slowly. Another hour passed by. Suddenly, the auras of the two little ones started to go berserk. Pale pink battle energy surrounded them and gradually condensed into a huge pink flower. Ning Qi's lips curled up. She was about to break through. As expected, after the pink flower formed from battle energy wrapped around the two little ones, the color became more and more beautiful. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the flower slowly bloomed, revealing the two exquisite little faces that were like jade carvings. At the same time, a battle spirit aura was emitted from the two little ones. Do, battle spirit. Kong Tianqi waved his fan with a bitter expression. This was his habit. Regardless of whether he was happy or sad, spring or winter, he would always wave his fan. Even he had not broken through to the battle spirit level, but these two little girls in front of him had actually reached the battle spirit level in front of him. Was the older one 10 years old? Was the younger one 7 years old? With such aptitude, they were probably not inferior to the 7th princess of the Celestial Phoenix sect, Qin Yao. This is too terrifying, Qin Long could not help but exclaim. It seems that the Marquis has already settled their matter. Third Master Ning stroked his beard with satisfaction. These two little girls will definitely shock the world in less than 10 years. Qin Yingding muttered to himself. Young Master, little Anzua Ling, jumped up happily and hugged Ning Qi. Go and refine the Azure Phoenix bow and Fiery Phoenix bow that Uncle Celestial Pig gave you. In the future, you will be able to shoot king fighters from afar. Ning Qi smiled. The two little ones were reluctantly brought out of the backyard by Third Master Ning. Then, Ning Qi looked at Qin Yingding and the others. His eyes swept across every face and finally landed on Huang Pu Tao's face. Everyone has come from afar. Please forgive me for not being a good host. If you don't mind, come and have a chat. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Qi Ningding nodded with a smile, and brought everyone to the stone pavilion. Fortunately, the stone pavilion was big enough to seat 30 to 40 people. Dragon Slayer Marquis, I'm afraid we are not in the same world as you now. Even the little girls in your residence are many times more talented than us. Sigh. Qi Ningding looked into Ning Qi's eyes and sighed. Ning Qi smiled. Ninth Prince, why are you sighing? No matter what, I am still the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire, unless your father doesn't want me to do it. Absolutely not, Qi Ningding hurriedly said. Ning Qi was so powerful now. Old Master Ning's brother was a grandmaster fighter. Ning Qi's other identity was the City Lord of Red Sun City, and he had Li Feihua as his subordinate. Only a fool would chase Ning Qi away. Smart people would naturally choose to tie Ning Qi to their battleship. Only in this way could the Qin Tang Empire prosper day by day and have a grandmaster fighter in the future. 100 years later, it might become in existence like the Four Saints' Kingdom. He thought of the White Tiger Empire. Everyone, you didn't come here to drink tea and discuss cultivation with me, right? Ning Qi smiled. It's like this. We have almost used up the yellow class supreme grade spirit cultivation pills that the Dragon Slayer Marquis gave us. I wonder if we can buy another batch from the Dragon Slayer Marquis? Qi Ningding asked expectantly. Ning Qi shook his head. No. I see. Everyone was a little disappointed. There are only mystic class low-grade spirit cultivation pills. Ning Qi smiled. What? Qi Ningding couldn't help but stand up. Mystic class low-grade spirit cultivation pills. Did he hear it wrong? Did Ning Qi really know how to make mystic class low-grade spirit cultivation pills? In the hundreds of years since the Qin Tang Empire was founded, there were only 4 mystic class low-grade spirit cultivation pills. However, these 4 mystic class low-grade spirit cultivation pills could make a rank 4 demonic beast grow up in an instant. This was a fighting spirit. The Qin Tang Empire was so big, but there weren't many fighting spirits. Ordinary people needed to cultivate for decades to have a chance to become a fighting spirit. Most people were stuck at the great fighting sure level. Chapter 542. An Assassination. There are 100 lower-grade mystic class spirit cultivation pills in here. I specially prepared them for His Majesty. Please help me, Ninth Prince. Ning Qi took out 10 porcelain bottles and handed them to Qi Ningding. Qi Ningding received them with trembling hands. He was extremely excited. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the 10 porcelain bottles. Some were greedy, some were envious, and some were greedy. They didn't know if their families would be able to get a low-grade mystic class spirit-raising pill. When the time came, it would be a symbol of status in their families. I'm a little tired. Please take your leave. Ning Qi smiled. Dragon Slayer Marquis, we'll take our leave first. Qi Ningding kept the porcelain bottles and bowed to Ning Qi solemnly. Everyone gasped when they saw this. The 9th Prince had already regarded Ning Qi as someone of Chao Dinglong's generation. He actually bowed to Ning Qi. Even though Huang Putao and the others were a little unwilling, they could only bow to Ning Qi like the 9th Prince did. As soon as they left, Ning Qi also walked towards the Champion Marquis's residence. To avoid unnecessary panic, he left the venerable celestial pig at home and didn't bring him. The Champion Marquis's residence. When the gatekeeper saw Ning Qi, he ran and jumped to inform everyone. Old Ning led the disciples of the Marquis's residence to welcome him personally. Ah, good lad. Old Ning laughed happily when he sensed the aura on Ning Qi, which was many times stronger than his. Ning Hongtian and Nangong Yuer stood behind the crowd. Their faces were very pale. He is indeed a Do Huang. Old Master was right. Someone was shocked to think that the old master he mentioned was Ning Xiandong. The young disciples of the Marquis's residence looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Many of them had bullied Ning Qi before, but now they didn't dare to bully him anymore. Because of Ning Qi, they could basically do whatever they wanted when they went out. No one dared to offend them. Even the Shenwu residents, the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, and the first-class nobles in the capital city were polite to them. Old Master. Ning Qi smiled and walked in front of Old Master Ning. Third Master Ning had already recounted how Zhu Rong had launched a sneak attack on the dragon-slaying Marquis Palace, and how he had been captured by Ning Xiandong and brought to the Five Poisons Divine Sect. Therefore, Ning Qi had purposely come here to give the middle-grade rank-breaking pill that the sect master of the Rising Cloud sect had bestowed to Grandfather Ning so that he could improve his cultivation. His current plan was to at least let the old grand-grandfather become a dozong. This way, he would be able to protect the Marquis's residence for another few hundred years. "You've met your uncle, right?" Old Master Ning smiled. "Yes, I have." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He was also somewhat grateful to Ning Xiandong. If he had not helped him at that time, the consequences might have been unimaginable. "Your uncle told me everything. It's all thanks to you that I'm able to see him again in my lifetime." Sigh, Old Master Ning sighed. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd behind him. They all opened up a path, and an incomparably tall young man walked out, standing in front of Ning Qi. "This guy is taller than Yo Dezhuang?" Ning Qi's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the other party's attributes and said in surprise, "Ning Yan." At this moment, Nangongyu walked to Ning Yan's side and said with some pride, "Yan, you are now a one-star Do Wang. Ning Qi, long time no see." Ning Yan looked at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. Although Ning Qi's current cultivation was higher than his, he believed that he would be able to catch up to Ning Qi's footsteps in no time. This guy's cultivation method even changed his appearance and height? Ning Qi was only slightly surprised and then ignored Ning Yan. Instead, he turned to Old Master Ning and said, "Old Master, this time I brought a few mid-grade profound-level breakthrough pills for you." Seeing this, Ning Yan felt humiliated in his heart. He was incomparably resentful. Mystic, mid-mystic level breakthrough pill? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in shock. This was a miraculous pill that could raise the cultivation of a Do Huang. How many did he bring this time? And not just one? Hearing this, Ning Yan frowned slightly as if he felt that something was wrong. Old Master Ning was pleasantly surprised, but then he sighed and said, "You are now a Do Huang. You can keep the Xian breaking pills for yourself. This old man will probably never be able to break through to Dozong in this lifetime. It would be a waste to eat it." Ning Qi smiled and said, "There is no effect even if I eat it." "No effect? How is that possible?" "As long as you are a Do Huang, there will be an effect." Ning Honghai could not help but blurt out, "Yes, yes. Otherwise, why would it be called middle-grade Xian breaking pills? Unless you are a peak Do Huang, there will be no effect," someone said. As soon as he said this, everyone could not help but look at him. That guy was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he said wrong. Old Master Ning's face revealed a trace of wild joy. After looking at Ning Qi, he said, "Little guy, your current cultivation is peak Do Huang." Ning Qi said indifferently, "Bada." Ning Yan clenched his fist tightly, emitting a crisp sound. One could imagine how shocked he was. How is this possible? Isn't he a 6-star Do Huang? How did he become a peak Do Huang? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Ning Yan was unwilling to believe it. He had clearly seen the light of surpassing Ning Qi. Now, even this light had been taken away. "Impossible!" Nangongyu screamed, "You are lying! Shut up!" Old Master Ning scolded her and then looked at Ning Qi. "Really? Of course it is true." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ha ha ha! Old Master Ning's laughter was deafening. Even the passers-by outside the Champion Marquis's residence could hear it. They were all curious. What kind of treasure did the Champion Marquis's residence obtain? Looks like the Champion Marquis's residence will produce another dozone. All of you listen carefully. Go and invite the old fellows from the capital. I want to hold a banquet for 49 days. Old Master Ning laughed loudly. Yes, old master. The old servants beside him nodded happily and turned to leave. Above the peak of the Dohuang, there are still the 9 trials of life and death, Ning Yen said coldly. After saying that, he directly broke the door and left. Nangong Yuer saw this and glanced at Ning Qi with hatred. She then chased after him, afraid that Ning Yen would do something bad. Everyone saw this scene. Other than Ning Hongtian, who also chased after him, the others did not move. Where is Hongdu? Old Master Ning suddenly noticed that Ning Hongdu was not here. The patriarch went to the palace. He should be back now. An old servant said in a low voice. At this moment, a guard of the Champion Marquis's residence, whose face was covered in blood, rushed in with a figure in his arms. Not good. Old Master, the patriarch encountered an assassin. The guard saw that everyone was present. He quickly knelt in front of Old Master Ning and said with a sad face, Assassin? Ning Qi quickly went forward to check on Ning Hongdu's injuries. He found that Ning Hongdu's breathing was very weak. His health points were constantly decreasing, almost reaching the bottom. He immediately fed Ning Hongdu an earth-level rejuvenation pill. However, the effect of the rejuvenation pill on Ning Hongdu could not be quantified. It could only temporarily prolong Ning Hongdu's life, and could not help him improve. What is going on? Chapter 543. Help Me Kill the Guard told the whole story. At that time, Ning Hongdu just walked out of the Imperial Palace. Before he was 10 steps away from the gate of the Imperial Palace, a sword light attacked him. If a general of the Qin Tang Empire had not passed by and stopped the assassin, Ning Hongdu would have been killed on the spot. What happened to the general? Old Master Ning asked. General Mao was seriously injured, so I sent you back. I don't know what happened next. The guard said with a bitter expression. As Ning Hongdu's guard, he was fine when Ning Hongdu was injured. The blood on his face was Ning Hongdu's. This made him feel extremely guilty. General Mao. He is a 1-star Do Huang who just came back from the border. How could he be seriously injured? Who is the one who did this? Everyone was shocked and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Hongdu was attacked as soon as Ning Qi came back. It was very likely that the attacker was here for Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi found a mystic low-grade life replenishing pill in the dragon-slaying mall. This was different from the rejuvenation pill. It did not increase one's HP, but as long as there was a sliver of life, and there were no other additional effects on the injuries, it could save one's life. One pill cost 1,000 dragon-slaying coins. He bought it without hesitation and put it in Ning Hongdu's mouth. Ning Hongdu's complexion improved when the pill entered his stomach. He opened his eyes weakly and said, Blood kill sect, blood kill sect? It was the blood kill sect who attacked Ning Hongdu? Ning Qi smiled coldly. It seemed that he had to settle old and new scores at the same time. Old Master, 7th Uncle's life is temporarily not in danger. Go take the breakthrough pill. I will handle the blood kill sect. Ning Qi said. All right. Old Master Ning nodded. After Ning Qi left the residence of the Champion Marquis, he returned to his courtyard and found Lord Taiyao, who was playing with his 2 children. Brother Taiyao, I have something to trouble you with, Ning Qi said. Venerable Tianzhu was surprised. What's the matter? Help me kill, Ning Qi said. Soon, little Z turned into a purple light and rushed into the sky with Lord Taiyao, leaving the residence of the dragon-slaying Marquis. I actually failed. I wonder if the Champion Marquis is dead or not. That damnable Mao Bin. If it weren't for him, That sword of mine would have definitely killed the champion marquis. A Do Huang was frowning in a certain branch hall of the blood slaughter sect. His face revealed a trace of fury. He was one of the elders of the blood slaughter sect, Fu Hai. His cultivation was only slightly lower than bloodless swords. He was an 8-star Do Huang. Ever since bloodless swords cultivation had been wasted by the two maids of the Cold Sky Saint Concubine, the blood slaughter sect had discovered that Ning Qi had become the chief alchemist of the White Tiger Alchemy Room. Before the blood slaughter sect's ancestor left seclusion, they had stopped all operations against Ning Qi. Afterwards, they had sent him, whose cultivation was only slightly lower than bloodless swords, to stand guard over the capital city. All of this was to gather information on Ning Qi as soon as possible. Forget it. If the champion marquis is dead, the news will come soon. Let's wait a little longer, Fu Hai thought so. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. This was because a figure had silently appeared in front of him. This figure was very tall and muscular. He did not look like a human. Who are you? Fu Hai asked fearfully. He was ready to attack at any time. Since when did such an expert appear in the capital city of the Qin Tang Empire? I didn't realize it until he was right in front of me. Brother, I said that he is the one with the highest cultivation in the Qin Tang Empire besides me. If there is someone with a higher cultivation, it must be someone with bad intentions. It must be you. Venerable Celestial Swine stepped forward and grinned. When Fu Hai saw Venerable Celestial Swine's face, he was so scared that a chill ran down his spine. You are a demonic beast. A shape-shifting demonic beast. Fu Hai said in shock. You have good eyes. I am so handsome and elegant. Other than a demonic beast, am I still human? Venerable Celestial Swine chuckled. Fu Hai turned into a sword light and was about to escape. He was already scared out of his wit. A demonic beast that could shapeshift was not something he could deal with. Even if the blood slaughter sect's ancestor came out of seclusion, he might not be a match for a shape-shifting demonic beast. Since when did the Qin Tang Empire have such an expert? Trying to escape? The supremacy of Celestial Swine laughed coldly. He opened his mouth and his head swelled up 100 times. He opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force came from within. Fu Hai, who was about to escape from the branch, was pulled by the suction force from midair and flew towards the supremacy of Celestial Swine's mouth. No. Fu Hai let out an indignant roar. Chomp! Venerable Celestial Swine bit Fu Hai to death and swallowed him into his stomach before burping. At the same time, Little Z also found a few suspicious people, and they were brought to the residence of the Dragon Slayer Marquis one by one. Ning Qi looked at the 7 to 8 people kneeling in front of him. Their cultivation was quite high. The lowest was a Peking fighter and the highest was a 3-star Emperor fighter. However, without exception, all of them were hiding in dark corners. You guys are not from the Qin Tang Empire, right? Ning Qi said calmly. The aura of a Peak Emperor fighter on his body continuously destroyed the will of the people in front of him. Aren't you going to tell me? Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, Venerable Celestial Swine flew back from afar and landed heavily beside them. They looked up and were almost scared out of their wits. A shape-shifted demonic beast. Brother Celestial Swine, where is he? Ning Qi was stunned. He ate him. Venerable Celestial Swine said, an 8-star Emperor fighter. 8-star Emperor fighter? Those guys couldn't help but tremble. Ning Qi smiled and said, it seems that you guys know each other. Needless to say, I know that you guys are from the Blood Slaughter sect. Dragon Slayer Marquis, the Blood Slaughter sect has minded our own business. Please let us go on account of the blood evil ancestor. Finally, someone could not help but raise his head and say, you assassinated the master of the Champion Marquis' residence. You call that minding our own business? Ning Qi sneered. Aren't you on bad terms with the Ning residents? Even if we killed Ning Hongdu, we would be helping you get rid of an enemy. The person who spoke said doubtfully. Your news is a little outdated. Ning Qi sighed. Tell me, who asked you to kill Ning Hongdu? I will spare the person who tells me. The group of people looked at each other and did not make a sound. Venerable Celestial Swine walked impatiently to one of them. He opened his mouth and swallowed him under the terrified look on his face. Ning Qi saw this and did not find it an eyesore. He just felt that it was a little dirty. Brother Celestial Swine, aren't you going to wash up? There's shit in his body. It doesn't matter. I've eaten plenty of shit. Venerable Celestial Swine said nonchalantly. Are you going to tell me or not? Ning Qi saw this and did not care about the shit anymore. He looked at the remaining people from the blood slaughter sect. Chapter 544. Blood Fiend Patriarch came out of seclusion. Seeing their companion being swallowed alive by Lord Celestial Swine, the rest of them were horrified. There was also some anger and sympathy. Kill us. We won't say a word. The blood slaughter sect will never betray their employer. After a while, someone looked at Ning Qi with determination. Slurp. He was swallowed by Lord Celestial Swine again. I won't say a word either. Slurp. Slurp. All right, when there was only one person left, he looked at Lord Celestial Swine and said to Ning Qi, the employer is Nangong Qixing. Ning Qi felt sorry for his companion. He waved his hand and said, Scram? Yes. Seeing that Ning Qi really didn't kill him, the man got up in surprise and fled. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he was hundreds of miles away from the capital. That's too scary. That guy is really not human. He wasn't Fu Hai and couldn't tell Lord Celestial Swine's strength. He only knew that Lord Celestial Swine wasn't human. I must report this to Blood Fiend Patriarch. When the time comes, he will be able to take revenge for my pitiful companions. Thinking of this, he ran even faster. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Nangong Qixing. It seems like this is Nangong Yu's doing. I wonder if Ning Hongtian is involved? If Old Master knows that Ning Hongtian wants to kill his own brother, he will be very sad. Ning Qi thought with his hands behind his back. In the Imperial Palace, Qin Zheng looked at the spirit cultivation pills that Qin Yingding presented. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. The Marquis of Dragon Slayer is indeed an important minister of the country. Pausing, Qin Zheng looked at Qin Yingding and said earnestly, among the descendants of the royal family, besides Qin Long, you are the only one who is on good terms with the Marquis of Dragon Slayer. In the future, you must maintain this relationship. Do not offend the Marquis of Dragon Slayer. It will be of great benefit to you. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Yingding nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, the leader of the Qin Tang Empire's Dark Shadow Guards, Li Shaojing, suddenly appeared behind Qin Zheng and said in a low voice, the champion Marquis was attacked, and General Mao Bin was severely injured in order to save him. The attacker is suspected to be an assassin from the Bloody Slaughter sect, but when my subordinates searched the Bloody Slaughter sect's branch here, there was no one. Blood Slaughter sect? The dragon-slaying Marquis will take care of this matter, there is no need to worry. Qin Zheng frowned slightly, then relaxed. If it was in the past, he would have been filled with dread towards these three words. But now that Ning Qi had Li Feihua as his subordinate, why would he be afraid of a mere blood slaughter sect? How bad is Mao Bin's injury? Let Jin Gu go over and take a look. As for the champion Marquis, he's sure to win. You go and offer your condolences, Qin Zheng said. The Jin Gu he mentioned was one of the three great alchemists of the Qin Tang Empire, Qin Jinj. Apart from him, there were two others. They were 100 Herb Hall's Green Impermanence and the State Guarding General's Residence's Mo Wentian. However, the title of the three great alchemists was no longer recognized. After all, above the three of them was Ning Chi. Yes, father. Qi Ning nodded. In a mansion in the outskirts of the capital, Ning Yen, Ning Hongtian, Nangong Yuer and Nangong Qixing looked at each other speechlessly. A moment later, Ning Hongtian said faintly, I've received the news. Seventh brother, he's not dead. This blood slaughter sect is becoming more and more unreliable. Nangong Qixing said angrily. The most despicable thing is that Ning Qi, that bastard, is actually at the peak of the Do Huang realm. Such a speed of advancement is really shocking. Just now, we were afraid that Ning Qi would use Ning Hongdu's death to attack us. That's why we left the Champion Marquis's residence. But now, it seems that our worries were unnecessary. Nangong Yuer said with a face full of resentment. Don't ask the blood slaughter sect anymore. Leave this matter to me. Once Ning Qi leaves the Qin Tang Empire, I'll do it myself, Ning Yen said faintly. Seeing this, everyone pondered for a moment before looking at Ning Hongtian in unison, waiting for his decision. Let's do it this way. Ning Hongtian sighed. Another 10 days passed. Blood Slaughter Sect. In the depths of the sect hall, where the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor was training, a wild roar suddenly sounded. Not long later, the elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect came from all directions and stood respectfully on the spot. Their eyes were filled with shock. The stone room exploded. Smoke filled the air. A figure walked out from inside. This person looked to be in his 50s, but everyone present knew that he had been in charge of the Blood Slaughter Sect for more than 280 years. He was an old man who was over 300 years old. He was the sect leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect, the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor. When he was young, he had shown his outstanding talent and defeated some geniuses. Ancestor. When the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor walked in front of everyone, they bowed and greeted him. Where's Bloodless Sword? The Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor swept a glance at everyone and frowned slightly. How could his disciple not be present when he was making a breakthrough in his cultivation? Jian. Bloodless Sword, he one of the 3 great elders of the Blood Slaughter Sect, an old man who had stepped into the first of the 9 life and death trials, said with some fear. His cultivation has already been crippled by someone. Currently, he has given up and is living in the back mountains. Everyone thought that the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor would fly into a rage. However, after waiting for a moment, the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor casually said, Who crippled his cultivation? Before I went into retreat, he was already an 8-star Do Huang, right? Ancestor, after you went into retreat, Bloodless Sword broke through to the 9-star Do Huang class. However, during a mission, he met 2 servant girls of the White Tiger Empire's Cold Sky Saint Concubine and crippled his cultivation. White Tiger Empire, a trace of fear flashed across the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor's eyes. Although he was currently a 4-star Do Zone and thought that his strength was many times stronger than before, the White Tiger Empire still had a Do Zone existence. He still did not dare to offend them. Therefore, he asked indifferently, who was Bloodless Sword killing at that time? Qin Tang Empire, Dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion, Ning Qi. An elder respectfully replied. At this moment, the fellow who had just escaped from the Qin Tang Empire shouted, as he flew with a panicked face, Not good, our Qin Tang Empire's branch hall has been wiped out by Ning Qi. When he saw the Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor, he was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to speak. Ning Qi, it seems that I will have to make a trip to the Qin Tang Empire. The Blood Slaughter Sect's ancestor coldly laughed and directly broke through the air. The 3 elders and everyone else were immediately stunned on the spot. We seem to have forgotten to tell the ancestor that Ning Qi has a subordinate named Li Feihua. It should be fine. The ancestor is after all a veteran Do Zone and has been famous for many years. Now that he has broken through, why would he be afraid of a fellow who has secretly trained to the Do Zone level? Moreover, the person he is looking for is Ning Qi. As a dozong, Li Feihua can't always be by Ningqi's side, right? What would that be like? That seems to make sense. In that case, we will wait here for the ancestor's good news. Oh, go and bring Bloodless Sword over. Once the ancestor comes out, he will definitely help him find a way to recover his cultivation. Chapter 545. Get out here. Qin Tang Empire. Beijing. Qin Yao, Ling Yan, Ling Xiao, and Ling Mu were led by Luo Wanhao, who was ranked last among the 9 great elders of the Celestial Phoenix sect, towards the imperial palace. Junior sister Qin Yao, the adamantine mine that your Qin Tang Empire discovered this time is extremely valuable, but your Qin Tang Empire can't protect it. It's most suitable for our Celestial Phoenix sect to take care of it. Ling Yan smiled. Ling Xiao and Ling Mu nodded in agreement. Qin Yao glanced at Luo Wanhao's back. Although she was extremely unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Compared to the Celestial Phoenix sect, the Qin Tang Empire was like an ant. When Luo Wanhao personally asked her father for the adamantine mine, her father had no choice but to give it to him. If we can get that guy to show up, Qin Yao thought of Ningqi. However, this thought was quickly rejected by her. The Immortal Phoenix sect possessed a Do Zun class expert. Ningqi was still unable to contend with the Immortal Phoenix sect. Not long after, they arrived at the Imperial Palace and saw Qin Jing. Elder Luo's presence brings light to this humble place. Qin Jing stepped forward with a smile and cupped his hands. Luo Wanhao felt that Qin Jing's attitude towards him was different from before. It was neither servile nor overbearing. Was it because of that fellow? At the thought of Ningqi, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Because of Ningqi, he had been humiliated in front of so many people in Red Sun City. Qin Jing, I'm here to ask you for the adamantine mine recently discovered by your Qin Tang Empire. Luo Wanhao said lightly. Adamantine ore? Qin Jing's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Qin Yao. When he saw Qin Yao shaking her head, Qin Jing sighed in his heart. Elder Luo, I think we should discuss this matter again. After all, the adamantine mine is extremely important to the national strength of our Qin Tang Empire. Qin Jing smiled bitterly. Discuss again? Luo Wanhao's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. All right, then let's discuss again. He wanted to see what reason Qin Jing would use to reject him. Dragon-slaying marquee residence. In the backyard. Good, not bad. Within a short few days, Little Yuer and Zhua Linger's cultivation had improved. Ningqi was very pleased. Under the effect of the extreme yang chalcedony, the yang energy in their bodies was extremely abundant. At the very least, there was no need to worry about this matter before they reached the Do Huang realm. However, this was not a long-term solution. Ningqi still needed to find a way to solve this problem once and for all. Young Master, we've also finished forging the Azure Phoenix Bow and Fire Phoenix Bow. Look. Little Yuer took out the Azure Phoenix Bow as if she was showing off. She pointed it towards the sky and pulled the bowstring. With a buzzing sound, the pale pink Do Qi in her body instantly condensed into a bow and arrow. She shot it towards the sky at lightning speed. Not long after, an unlucky goose fell down and landed beside Little Yuer's feet. Oh, great, great! Zhua Ling applauded happily. Seeing this, Ningqi praised Little Yuer a few words. Zhua Ling was very envious and also wanted to perform for Ningqi. In the end, even after exhausting all the Do Qi in her body, she still did not shoot anything. Ling if you practice for a while more, you'll be as powerful as Big Sister Yuer. Don't be discouraged. Ningqi hurriedly comforted Zhua Ling's wounded heart. Young Master, the bath water is ready. Xian Che walked to Ningqi's side and lowered her head with a smile. Let's go. The corner of Ningqi's mouth slightly rose. Under the service of the 4 girls, he once again took an extremely comfortable hot bath. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go to General Mao's residence later, Ning Chi would have even wanted to lie in it for an entire day. Young Master, Big Brother Zhang Long and Big Brother Zhao, who are already waiting at the door, Xian Jing said with a smile as she helped Ning Chi put on his clothes. All right, I got it. Ning Chi pinched Xian Jing's little face and walked out. Xian Jing's face instantly became incomparably red like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Xian Lian and Xian Yi could not help but start to laugh at Xian Jing. At the door, Zhang Long and Zhao, who were very excited when they saw Ning Chi. Master Ning, the two of us did not come back to see you immediately. Please forgive us. The two of them had brought half of the Dragon Knight squad to Tianfeng Forest some time ago. It's all right. You came back just in time. Follow me to General Mao's residence. Ning Chi smiled. Yes, Master Ning. The two of them nodded. When Ning Chi appeared in Mao Bin's residence with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, Mao Bin's face was still full of disbelief. After all, with Ning Chi's current status, he did not need to pay attention to a lowly general guarding the borders. Dragon Slayer Marquis, I did not prepare well. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Mao Bin dragged his injured body and bowed. He was surrounded by the elders and descendants of the general's residence. A few madams and a few ladies were looking at Ning Chi with glowing eyes. They heard that the Dragon Slayer Marquis was still unmarried. General Mao need not be so courteous. If not for you, my seventh uncle would have died in the hands of the assassins. Ning Chi went forward to help Mao Bin up. You flatter me, you flatter me. It was nothing, Mao Bin said with a smile. Feeling Ning Chi's majestic aura, he thought to himself that the rumors were right. The Dragon Slayer Marquis was already an expert of the Emperor realm at such a young age. His cultivation was many times higher than his. General Mao, our families can visit each other more often in the future. I see that there are many young descendants in your family. Why don't you pick a dozen of them and send them to Red Sun City to gain experience? Ning Chi smiled. The Mao family members were overjoyed, especially the young descendants. They looked at Ning Chi with burning eyes. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Mao Bin quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. Going to Red Sun City meant that he would have the opportunity to receive guidance from Li Feihua. He was a true grandmaster who was many times stronger than emperors like them. You're welcome. Ning Chi smiled. It's been a long time since I came to the Qin Tang Empire. The blood-fiend patriarch stood in the air and looked at the capital not far away. There was a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. When he was young, the Qin Tang Empire had just been established. Now it had been passed down for several generations. A few of his old friends had already turned into skeletons, but he still existed in this world. Withdrawing his reminiscence, the blood-fiend patriarch sneered and flew to the sky above the capital. He took a deep breath and roared, Ning Chi, get out here! His voice spread to every corner of the capital under the influence of his Do Chi. What was going on? Everyone in the capital looked up at the sky. The enemy of that bastard is here? Nangong Yu was pleasantly surprised. Who did this kid offend this time? Old Master Ning smiled bitterly. In the palace, Qin Jing, Luo Wanhao, and the others involuntarily flew out and looked at the blood-fiend patriarch. Luo Wanhao said in surprise, The blood-fiend patriarch? Then, he found that the blood-fiend patriarch's aura was much stronger than his. He was even more shocked. General Mao's mansion. When the Mao family members heard the blood-fiend patriarch's voice, their expressions suddenly changed and they looked at Ning Chi. Which blind guy came looking for trouble again? Zhao Hu sneered. Chapter 546. What was he going to do? The blood-fiend patriarch looked down at the people in the capital with a mocking smile. Ning Chi, if you don't come out, everyone in the capital will be buried with you. Who is this guy? He wants us to be buried with the Dragon Slayer Marquis. How arrogant! Shoo, keep your voice down. If he dares to come, he must be confident. I heard that the Dragon Slayer Marquis is back. He should be his enemy. The ordinary people in the capital of the Qin Tang Empire began to discuss in low voices. There was not much fear on their faces. In their opinion, the other party definitely did not have the ability to slaughter the entire city. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after, Old Master Ning, Chao Dinglong, Nangong Batian, Huang Fu Jingshao, and other Do Huang experts arrived one after another. Then came the Do Wang, Huang Fu Tao, and other nobles. The blood-fiend patriarch glanced at them, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. "Who are you?" Chao Dinglong cupped his hands and looked at the blood-fiend patriarch with some fear in his eyes. "You are not qualified to know who I am." The blood-fiend patriarch smiled faintly. How arrogant! Everyone cursed in their hearts. He did not even give face to the Crown Prince's junior guardian. It was really infuriating. At this time, Qin Jing and Luo Wanhao also arrived at the scene. After seeing Luo Wanhao, the blood-fiend patriarch's expression changed slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Luo Wanhao from the Fairy Phoenix sect? Blood-fiend patriarch, long time no see." Luo Wanhao smiled and cupped his hands. In his smile, there was a trace of imperceptible fear. After feeling the oppressive aura of the blood-fiend patriarch at close range, Luo Wanhao was sure that the blood-fiend patriarch was indeed much stronger than before. He was probably a 3- or 4-star dozong. Blood-fiend patriarch? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Even the ordinary people were so scared that they trembled all over. They were not unfamiliar with this name. He was the patriarch of the Blood Slaughter sect, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. The blood-fiend patriarch has come in person. That was great. That bastard Ning Qi is dead. Nangong Yuer and the other three stood in the crowd and looked at the blood-fiend patriarch with joy. Blood evil ancestor? Looks like Ning Qi won't be able to escape this time, unless he doesn't care about the innocent lives in the capital. The corners of Ning Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sister, brother-in-law, isn't that bastard going to be beheaded? Since the blood-fiend patriarch has personally come forward, it seems like the Blood Slaughter sect is quite reliable. Nangong Qixing transmitted his voice to Ning Hongtian and Nangong Yu. Seeing that Ning Qi was about to die, he felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. This time, it's a little troublesome. Qin Ing Ding and the others looked at the blood-evil ancestor in the sky. Unlike Zhu Rong, the one who had come this time was a true dozong, one who had lived for hundreds of years. Even Li Feihua might not be a match for him. Huang Pu Tao, Kong Tianqi, and the others were gloating. Although we are no match for you now, with your personality, you will still provoke countless existences that are stronger than you. Can you continue to be so lucky? Old Master Ning looked around. Seeing that Ning Qi hadn't arrived yet, he sent a voice transmission to the old servant beside him. Ask Ning Qi to leave the Qin Tang Empire quickly and go to the Red Sun City. But what about the capital? The old servant was a little stunned. Go quickly. Old Master Ning's face darkened. Yes. The old servant left in a hurry. Luo Wanhao, is your Xianfeng sect going to intervene in this matter today? The blood-evil ancestor looked at Luo Wanhao indifferently, and the faint aura he exuded made Luo Wanhao feel uneasy. Blood-evil ancestor, you misunderstood. This is a private matter between you and the dragon-slaying Marquis. Our Xianfeng sect will not intervene, Luo Wanhao said with a smile. Qin Zheng's expression changed slightly. Standing in the crowd, Ling Yan and the other three people had different expressions. Qin Yao showed a trace of worry on her face. She was not worried about Ning Qi, but worried that if Ning Qi was killed, it would cause a great loss to the Qin Tang Empire. Ling Yan and the other two people were gloating. That arrogant boy actually provoked the blood-evil ancestor to kill him personally. This life is not a loss, Ling Mu said with a smile. Yes. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Hearing what Luo Wanhao said, the blood evil ancestor smiled slightly, glanced at the crowd and said lightly, I'll give Ning Qi another 10 breaths. If he doesn't come out, don't blame me for starting a massacre. At this moment, in the capital, except for Luo Wanhao, the rest of the people were a little anxious. After knowing that the other party was the blood evil ancestor, they had already faintly felt that if the blood evil ancestor said he would massacre the city, then he would really do it. Where's the dragon-slaying marquis? Why hasn't he come yet? Don't tell me you're scared? If he doesn't come, will we really die with him? 3 breaths, the blood evil ancestor said with a faint smile. 5 breaths, 8 breaths. As the time approached 10 breaths, everyone was nervous, and some people had already begun to prepare to escape. 10 breaths. The blood evil ancestor's eyes were cold, and he looked at the crowd mockingly. Your dragon-slaying marquis is just like this, a rat? Since he doesn't come out, then I'll kill him until he comes out. Chao Dinglong, Old Master Ning, and the others hurriedly prepared to take action. As for Luo Wanhao, he retreated a few hundred feet, obviously not intending to help. Qin Zheng's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, an indifferent voice came from the crowd below. The crowd gave way, and they saw Ning Qi, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Mao Bin, and the others slowly walking over. The blood evil ancestor? After Ning Qi stood still, he looked at the blood evil ancestor. The dragon-slaying marquis is here. Ha! I knew he wasn't a rat. But the dragon-slaying marquis isn't a match for the blood evil ancestor, right? Although Ning Qi had arrived and everyone's spirits were lifted, they still felt a little uneasy when they thought of the terrifying qualifications of the blood evil ancestor. This kid really dared to come. Luo Wanhao looked at Ning Qi coldly. He's dead. The eyes of Nangong Yu and the others lit up, and their faces were filled with anticipation. You are Ning Qi? The blood evil ancestor looked at Ning Qi coldly. It's me. I didn't want to find trouble with the blood slaughter sect, but I didn't expect trouble to find me first. After today's matter, it's time to clean up the blood slaughter sect. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What did Ning Qi mean by that? He wanted to clean up the blood slaughter sect? Was he crazy? I've been in seclusion for so many years, and I didn't expect such an arrogant person to appear. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Today, I'll let you know that even if you're the chief alchemist of the White Tiger Elixir Lab, you're just an ant among the people I'll kill. The blood evil ancestor was so angry that he laughed, and directly flew towards Ning Qi. However, halfway through his flight, he realized that a huge figure had appeared in front of him. This is... His face was filled with horror, and before he could react, he felt the dou qi in his body being imprisoned. Then, he was lifted by the figure like a child. Brother, what should we do with this guy? Chapter 547. Chapter 547. Battle. Everyone looked at the arrogant blood evil ancestor being carried by a strange-looking person. That person even addressed Ning Qi as brother. Who is he? Luo Wanhao was the most shocked. He could feel the aura from Heavenly Pig's body. It was hundreds of times more terrifying than his own. That meant that the other party had likely surpassed the Dou Zong level. Dou Zun. He's a Dou Zun. Luo Wanhao's eyes were filled with deep shock. Qin Zheng could not help but look at Ning Qi. His eyes revealed a trace of joy. He did not expect Ning Qi to have such a powerful helper. Even blood evil ancestor was no match for him, and was subdued in one move. Today's matter was more daunting than dangerous. Good lad. Old Master Ning and Chao Dinglong looked at each other with wild joy. They did not expect such an expert to appear at such a critical moment to subdue blood evil ancestor. This person addressed the dragon-slaying marquis as brother? He has such a powerful brother? Huangfu Jingxiao, Nangong Batian, and the rest revealed deep fear in their eyes. To them, someone who could easily subdue a dozong was a legendary figure. Such a person was Ning Chi's brother? Among the crowd, Nangong Yu and the rest had ugly expressions, as though they had eaten a mouthful of shit. Impossible. How could this bastard have such a helper? Impossible. Nangong Yu muttered to herself. Ning Hongtian's face was green. He could not help but look at Ning Chi. When he saw the indifferent smile on Ning Chi's face, he was instantly enraged. Brother-in-law, it looks like this bastard won't die today. Nangong Qixing transmitted his voice with a gloomy expression. Ning Hongtian did not answer him. Ning Yen looked deeply at Heavenly Pig and then at Ning Chi. His eyes revealed a trace of deep thought. Did I see wrongly? Blood evil ancestor was subdued just like that? Ling Yen and the other two stared blankly at the scene, as though they could not believe what they had seen. Qin Yao was also very surprised. Her mouth was slightly agape as she looked at Ning Chi doubtfully. Did he hire this expert to put on a show? Given his strength, how could he be Ning Chi's brother? We seem to have met that fellow in the dragon-slaying marquis residence? Huang Pu Tao, Kong Tianqi, and the others looked at each other while Kong Tianqi asked with uncertainty. Indeed, I've seen him. At that time, he was feasting with a group of guards in the dragon-slaying marquis. I thought he was a new guard hired by Ning Chi. I didn't expect him to be this kind of existence. It's really unexpected. Someone nodded with a shocked look on his face. Mao Bin's family stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They hadn't expected that Ning Chi, who had been so amiable with them in the Mao family, would have such a terrifying brother. At this moment, after a moment of silence, the commoners in the capital let out a deafening cheer. Bloodfiend Patriarch, you've walked right into my trap today. Do you really think there's no one in the Qin Tang Empire? How dare you say that you want to slaughter us all? Now die. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is mighty. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is mighty. Ning Chi flew to Supremacy Celestial Pig's side and pressed down with his hand. Everyone stopped shouting. Who are you? Bloodfiend Patriarch woke up from his shock, and a layer of cold sweat broke out all over his body. He hadn't experienced the feeling of having his life and death in someone's hands for more than 200 years. Because of fear, even his tone had changed. Supremacy Celestial Pig ignored him and looked at Ning Chi with a smile. Brother, what do you want to do with this guy? Just say the word and I'll do it for you. Ning Chi looked at Bloodfiend Patriarch with pity and said calmly, Eat it. Eat it? A hint of doubt appeared on everyone's faces. What did that mean? Cook and eat Bloodfiend Patriarch? Bloodfiend Patriarch's pupils shrank. He finally realized why Supremacy Celestial Pig's aura was so familiar. He was a shape-shifted demonic beast. No. Don't eat me. I was wrong today. I promise that Blood Slaughter Sect will never go near the Qin Tang Empire in the future. Bloodfiend Patriarch screamed. His voice was amplified by his fighting energy and spread across the entire place. An old monster who had been famous for hundreds of years was forced to lower his head and beg for mercy. While everyone was secretly pleased, they were extremely curious about Supremacy Celestial Pig's strength. A peak fighting master? Or when that guess appeared in their minds, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Blood Slaughter Sect. There won't be a Blood Slaughter Sect in the future. Ning Chi smiled. At that moment, Supremacy Celestial Pig's head started to change. No. I'm a member of the White Emperor Tower. If you kill me, the White Emperor Tower will not let you off. In order to save his life, Bloodfiend Patriarch could only reveal all his trump card. The White Emperor Tower was a famous assassin organization in Dongxian. He believed that Ning Chi would have scruples when he heard that. White Emperor Tower? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Bloodfiend Patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. His lips curled into a cold smile. You know the White Emperor Tower? Then why aren't you letting me go? Shut up. Brother Celestial Pig, eat him. Ning Chi's face turned cold. Venerable Celestial Pig let out a heart-chilling laugh and swallowed the blood-fiend patriarch, whose face was filled with disbelief. He chewed a few times, making crunching sounds and the sound of bones cracking. Then, he swallowed the blood-fiend patriarch into his stomach. However, Venerable Celestial Pig's stomach did not bulge at all. He ate him? Blood-fiend patriarch was eaten by that fellow? He ate him, that's scary. I must warn the children in the family that they'd rather offend the Emperor than the Dragon Slayer Marquis. The place was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Qin Jing mustered up his courage to ask about Supremacy Celestial Pig's identity. Supremacy Celestial Pig ignored him and said to Ning Chi, "Brother, I'll head back first. Call me if you need anything." With that, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Qin Jing's words were stuck in his throat. Ning Chi flew to Qin Jing's side. He glanced at Luo Wanhao and asked in surprise, "Elder Luo, you're here too?" Luo Wanhao was still immersed in the scene of blood-fiend patriarch being swallowed. He only snapped out of it when he heard Ning Chi's question. He nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes. Why are you here?" Ning Chi frowned slightly. Seeing that, Qin Jing sneered in his heart and revealed Luo Wanhao's intentions. Luo Wanhao cursed at Qin Jing in his heart. "You want adamantine ores from the Qin Tang Empire?" Ning Chi frowned and looked at Luo Wanhao. Luo Wanhao laughed dryly. "Yes, it's the sect master's intention. I scram." Ning Chi said calmly. "What?" Luo Wanhao did not seem to hear him clearly. "If you don't scram, you'll end up like Blood-Fiend Patriarch," Ning Chi said calmly. In the next moment, Luo Wanhao turned into a stream of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. He did not even dare to say a word. Chapter 548. Chapter 548. Ntiarodisen, seeing an old friend Qin Jing, couldn't help but let out a wave of wild laughter when he saw Luo Wanhao flee, and he was extremely delighted in his heart. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, who is that brother of yours?" Chao Dinglong, Old Master Ning and the others flew over and asked curiously. Seeing this, Qin Jing stopped laughing and looked at Ning Chi curiously. The people below pricked up their ears. A man with a strange appearance swallowed the blood-evil ancestor in one gulp. Such a man must have an extraordinary background. Ning Chi smiled but didn't answer. Seeing this, the people were disappointed. At this moment, Ning Chi looked at Ning Hongtian and the other three and flew toward them. The ordinary people around Ning Hongtian were excited when they saw Ning Chi flying toward them. "The Dragon Slayer Marquis is coming toward us." Ning Chi is, Qin Jing and the others were puzzled. They were startled and involuntarily followed. Only old Ning and Nangong Beishan's expressions changed. "What is this bastard going to do? Don't tell me they would dare to kill us in front of so many people." Nangong Qixing's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Ning Hongtian, Ning Yen, and Nangong Yu'er stared at Ning Chi. "Unfilial son, what are you going to do?" Ning Hongtian stepped forward and looked at Ning Chi fearlessly. Although Ning Chi was a peak Do Huang, he believed that Ning Chi wouldn't dare to do anything unfilial in front of old Ning. Ning Chi looked at Ning Hongtian indifferently. Ning Hongtian, who had once stood in front of him like a huge mountain, now seemed as insignificant as an ant to him. "Unfilial son? Haha, at least I didn't kill you." Ning Chi smiled faintly. "You want to kill me? Did you hear that? This is the Dragon Slayer Marquis who wants to kill his father," Ning Hongtian said furiously. Chao Dinglong and the others looked at old Ning sympathetically. The Ning family was doing well except for the relationship between the Dragon Slayer Marquis and his father. Would old Master Ning choose Ning Hongtian or Ning Chi? Actually, everyone already knew the answer to this question. "Stop shouting. If I want to kill you today, you can't escape even if I have to bear the heinous crime. I'm here to say something to the four of you, Ning Chi said lightly. Ning Hongtian immediately shut his mouth. What he did was just to make Ning Chi worry a little. Since Ning Chi didn't plan to attack them, Ning Hongtian naturally didn't want to shout like a shrew. Ning Yen looked at Ning Chi calmly. There was no fear or anger in his eyes. From today onwards, if seventh uncle is assassinated again, I will take the heads of the four of you. None of you will be able to escape. Do you understand? Ning Chi said calmly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body and crushed towards the four of them. Ning Hongtian and Ning Yen could not help but take 7 or 8 steps back, while Nangong Yuer and Nangong Qixing were sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Ning Chi turned around and left in the direction of the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Ning Chi's words mean, in fact, everyone had already received the news that Ning Hong had been assassinated. So now they were all looking at Ning Hongtian in shock. Could it be that he had hired the assassins? Otherwise, why would Ning Chi leave such a message? Old master, don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. He's setting us up. How could we hire someone to assassinate seventh uncle? Nangong Yuer climbed up from the ground in a sorry state and screamed like a shrew. She was terrified. What they had done in secret had been made public by Ning Chi. She was afraid that Old Master Ning would take action and suppress them. Old Master Ning swept a gloomy glance at the four of them, then looked at the ashen-faced Nangong Batian and said coldly, I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If you really do such a thing, even if Ning Chi doesn't take your lives, I won't let you off. Guards. Yes. Bring the four of them back to the Marquis residence. Yes. Old Master Ning ordered the old servant beside him to bring Ning Hongtian and the others away. Ning Hongtian and Ning Yen did not resist, but Nangong Yuer and Nangong Qixing looked at Nangong Batian for help. But at this moment, Nangong Batian did not dare to interfere in this matter. He had not forgotten what happened to the arrogant evil patriarch just now. How Elder Luo of the Celestial Phoenix sect had fled the capital city. It was all because of Ning Chi. Even an upright official cannot settle a family dispute. Chao Dinglong sighed, bowed to Qin Jing, and turned to leave. Soon, the capital city regained its peace. Brother Huangfu, let's not provoke Ning Chi in the future, okay? Kong Tianqi said with a frightened expression. Huangfu Tao nodded and thought to himself, even if we want to provoke him now, will he look up to us? They had long lost the right to speak to Ning Chi as an equal. Thinking of this, he looked at Chao Jing with some jealousy. The Chao family was really lucky to have repaired their bad relationship with Ning Chi before this. Junior sister Qin Yao, we will return to the sect first. Ling Yen and the other two immediately bid farewell to Qin Yao. Well, you can go back first. I will return in a few days. Qin Yao nodded. After the three of them left, Qin Yao hesitated for a moment and walked towards the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Brother Tianju, do you know what the White Emperor building is? The first thing Ning Chi did after returning to the Marquis residence was to ask about the White Emperor building that the Blood Fiend progenitor had mentioned. Supremacy Tianju nodded. The White Emperor building is an assassin organization. The fella in my stomach has a low cultivation and must have a low status in the White Emperor building. You don't have to worry. Oh. Ning Chi nodded. Young master, someone wishes to see you. De Guzi suddenly walked up to Ning Chi and whispered. Who is it? Ning Chi asked casually. 100 Herb Hall's Lady Lulu, and the 7th princess, De Guzi whispered. Lulu? He hadn't seen her for a long time. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. As for Qin Yao, he didn't take her seriously. Invite them in, Ning Chi said. Yes. De Guzi turned and left. In the guest hall of the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence, Ning Chi saw Lulu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Her eyes were flickering, as if she didn't dare to look at Ning Chi directly. Ning Chi smiled bitterly in his heart. He finally knew why he hadn't seen Lu in the past few times. As for Qin Yao, she stood up and said to Ning Qi, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, I have come today to ask you something." Ning Qi waved his hand. "Seventh Princess, please wait a moment." Ning Qi then smiled at Lu. "Lady Lu, long time no see." Chapter 549. A new member of the war god Hall Lu was somewhat embarrassed. She and her father Lu Wuchang had been unable to help Ning Qi because he had been blacklisted by Bai Caozi of the 100 Herb sect. She had always felt a trace of guilt in her heart, which was why she had deliberately avoided Ning Qi each time he returned. Today, however, she felt the need to explain herself to Ning Qi. "You don't dare to see me because of the matter with Bai Caozi, right? It's all in the past and I have never taken it to heart. You and your father cannot stop a Dozong from making a decision." Ning Qi did not wait for Lu to speak and went straight to the point. Seeing that Ning Qi did not seem to be being sarcastic, Lu was somewhat shocked. Following this, her heart was filled with gratitude. "Many thanks." Lu smiled at Ning Qi as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Ning Qi seemed to see the high-spirited state he had been when he had first met Lu. After chatting for a while, Ning Qi could see that Lu still had something on her mind and smiled. "You can speak your mind. I will naturally help you if I can." Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Recently, there are a few elders in the 100 Herbs sect who have been incessantly asking for pills and cultivation resources. My father has been refining pills day and night with his disciples, but he still cannot satisfy them." Pausing, Lu looked at Ning Qi. "Therefore, I want 100 Herb Hall to leave the 100 Herb sect and form its own sect." "Oh." Ning Qi was suddenly enlightened. He nodded and said, "This matter is easy to handle. I'll just write a letter to Bai Caozi." What? He had agreed? Lu was stunned. She hadn't expected Ning Qi to agree so readily. Qin Yao's eyes were filled with shock, but then she remembered that Ning Qi's current status was indeed enough to suppress the 100 Herb sect. Even Elder Luo of the Celestial Phoenix sect had fled after being berated. What could a mere Bai Caozi do? "Thank you. After this is done, we will split 100 Herb Hall in half. In the future, you will take half and I will take the other half," Lu said solemnly. Ning Qi did not refuse and smiled faintly. "Then you can directly give the other half to the manor. Oh, I will introduce Xinsha and the others to you when the time comes. Then, I will not disturb the two of you any further." Lu nodded with a smile and stood up. After glancing at Qin Yao, she bade farewell to Ning Qi. After Lu left, Ning Qi looked at Qin Yao and said with a faint smile, "Seventh Princess, what brings you to my humble abode?" Qin Yao was annoyed when she saw Ning Qi's smile. However, for the sake of her goal, she forced a smile and said, "Dragon-slaying Marquis, it's like this. Dongfang Haojie, who was with you last time." Ning Qi waved his hand and interrupted her. He said calmly, "It's impossible between you and him." "You?" A hint of anger flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. "If there's nothing else, I still want to cultivate." "Men, send the guest off," Ning Qi said lightly. De Guzi immediately ran in and said to Qin Yao, "Seventh Princess, please." Qin Yao was so angry that her face turned red. She turned around and left helplessly. Ning Qi looked at her back and sneered, "Love-struck fool." In the next 10 days, news spread in the Qin Tang Empire that Ning Qi, the dragon-slaying Marquis, had sent people to massacre the lair of the Bloody Slaughter sect. As for whether this news was true or not, only Ning Qi knew. As for Ning Hongtian and the other 3, they were also locked up in the clan's seclusion room by Old Master Ning. They were not allowed to come out for 10 years. Ning Qi only laughed when he heard this news. It's time to go to the Jiuzhou Empire, Ning Qi thought. Before he left, he had one more thing to do. He had thought about it for a long time and finally made a decision. On this day, he called Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Third Master Ning, De Guzi, and Xin Che to the backyard. Third Master Ning had the highest cultivation among this group. Although Zhang Long and Zhao Hu's cultivation had increased, it would still take at least 10 years for them to break through to the King Do. As for Xin Che and the other three, their cultivation was similar to De Guzi's. They were not even Do Ling. During this period of time, I've joined a sect. Ning Qi looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Everyone was wondering why Ning Qi had called them over. Hearing Ning Qi's words, they looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. This sect used to be extremely huge and terrifying. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by someone. Due to a stroke of luck, I became the current sect leader of this sect, and obtained a set of cultivation method and martial skill. Ning Qi thought of Zhan Wuyu, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Although he had only stayed under Zhan Wuyu's divine soul for about a month, Zhan Wuyu could be considered as Ning Qi's master, who had truly taught him since he came to this world. Young master became the sect leader of a sect? Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Whether it was the identity of the dragon-slaying Marquis or the city lord of Red Sun City, they were all under the jurisdiction of Qin Jing and were part of the Qin Tang Empire. However, it was a different story if he was the sect leader. Master Ning, what is the name of this sect? Zhao Hu asked expectantly. Ning Qi glanced at everyone and smiled. War God Temple. War God Temple? Although they had never heard of this sect in Dongxian, the name made their blood boil. Only Third Master Ning had a solemn look in his eyes. He was concerned that the sect had been destroyed and Ning Qi had become the sect leader. Didn't that mean that the enemies of the War God Temple were Ning Qi's enemies too? This set of cultivation methods and martial techniques are called the War God Technique and War God Body. Their supreme-grade heaven-class cultivation methods and martial technique. I plan to impart them to all of you. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Third Master Ning blurted out in shock. Supreme-grade heaven-class cultivation methods and martial techniques? Yes. Ning Qi nodded. After receiving Ning Qi's affirmation, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Supreme-grade heaven-class cultivation methods and martial technique. This was like a pie falling from the sky. No, how could a sect with such cultivation methods and martial techniques be destroyed? Third Master Ning's eyes were filled with shock. The joy in his heart was instantly diluted a little. Third Master Ning, you should know that the enemies of the War God Temple are very powerful. Until now, I still don't know who they are. Therefore, after you cultivate the War God Technique and War God Body, you must not reveal the names of these cultivation methods and martial technique. You must also not reveal that you are disciples of the War God Temple until I find them. Ning Qi said solemnly. Yes, we understand. Everyone nodded in unison. Then listen carefully. I'll only explain it once. If you can't understand it, then you're not fated. Ning Qi smiled. Teaching Niu Dezhuang previously had already exhausted him. He knew how difficult it was to be a good master. If they were like Niu Dezhuang, Ning Qi would not mind teaching them. A month later, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Xin Che were the first to enter the first level of the War God Technique. The War God Body was also quite effective. De Guzi and Third Master Ning were half a step behind them, but their cultivation base had also increased. Originally, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu's cultivation limit was at most the King of Fighters. Now, they might be able to make a breakthrough to the Grandmaster of Fighters and Do Zun of Fighters. Ning Qi believed that they would be reborn soon. Even if they could not become prodigies like Fong Mo, they would be similar to Fong Bai. Chapter 550. A rising storm. In the extreme west of Dongxian, there was an ancient city. It was under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Empire, and was called Fire Phoenix City. The city was not large, with a permanent population of about 3 million. However, it attracted many experts because it had three of Dongshuan's top markets. In the center of Fire Phoenix City, there was an ancient tower that stood 1,000 feet tall. There was no sign outside the tower. Occasionally, people would enter and leave. Only those who knew of the tower's history would look at it with fear when they passed by. Inside the tower, Wuma Fengling, dressed in red, stood in front of an old man. Her face was slightly red as she whispered, "Grandfather, I failed." The old man revealed a faint smile as he looked at Wuma Fengling. "What happened?" "That fellow entered the dragon penitentiary of the Purple Vine Dragon Valley. I waited for a very long time, but no one came out. Later, I was accidentally discovered by a rank 8 dragon, so I fled the Purple Vine Dragon Valley. When I sneaked in again, I learned that they had already left the Dragon Valley." The old man smiled. "You just lack experience. With your skills, you might even be able to kill the top 10 on the dragon roll." "Go, grandfather," Wuma Fengling said awkwardly. "I lost track of the other party." At that moment, a purple figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. It was a girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. She wore a pair of boots sewn from demonic beast hide. She had a slender figure, an oval face, and snow-white skin. A mischievous smile hung on her face. When she saw Wuma Fengling, she giggled and said, "Sister, did you fail your mission?" Wuma Fengling's expression was somewhat ugly. "Your invisibility skills have improved again." The old man looked at the purple-dressed girl and said with a smile, "Lu, what are you doing here?" Zhou Lu giggled and said, "I have already passed the 3rd test of the Emperor's Tower's 9 tests. I think I can go out and carry out missions like my sister." "Grandfather, let me go with my sister this time." "No." Wuma Fengling rejected immediately. How could she let others interfere on her first mission? Even if the person was her sister in name, she could not. "You passed the 3rd test? That is indeed the right to leave the city." The old man's eyes were filled with joy. After a moment of silence, he said, "Fengling, take Lu with you. With her help, your mission this time will be much easier." Grandpa Wuma Fengling was just about to object when the old man continued, "As an assassin, the most important thing is not to let others know how powerful you are, but to complete the mission. No matter what method you use, only by killing the target can you be considered a qualified assassin. Go." Hearing that, Wuma Fengling nodded somewhat unwillingly. She said, "Grandfather, I understand." Then, she looked at Zhou Lu and said angrily, "Let's go." Zhou Lu asked excitedly, "Sister, where are we going?" "Empire of the 9 States." Wuma Fengling planned to see if she could find Ningqi there. The 9 States Empire. "Did you guys hear? Blackwater Yunshi wants to challenge a fellow in our capital." "Challenge?" "It is just a competition. To put it bluntly, it is a killing. Blackwater Yunshi is a rank 7 dragon, comparable to our human Dozong. Moreover, she is ranked on the man ranking. However, do you know who she is challenging?" "Who?" "I do not know his name for now. However, I already know that his cultivation is very low. I heard that he is a marquis of the Qin Tang Empire in a remote place." "What? There is such a thing?" This time, Blackwater Ao Long has personally come to the capital and sent out hundreds of invitations. Among them are the Martial King Mansion, the Mu King Mansion, the Black Prison Sect, the Zhou Mansion, the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion, the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, and all the big and small powers in the capital. Even Eunuch Yu has been invited. Oh, there is also Dongfang Haojie and a few princes and princesses from the imperial palace. I heard that even the sacred concubine of Dingtian is coming. She has a very close relationship with the Blackwater Dragon tribe. If it is only a marquis of a small unranked empire, how could he invite so many people? I do not know about that. The date of their battle is in 3 days. When they arrive, we will naturally know who Blackwater Yunshi is going to challenge. However, can you get an admission ticket? Of course not. Black Water Yun sure of the Black Water Dragon tribe is going to fight someone? Are we going? Of course we are going. We want to see if Black Water Yun sure's strength has increased. A few of the Heaven's prides on the man ranking smiled at each other. Junior Hua, did you hear that too? Our mission is over. Why don't we watch the battle before returning? With our status as inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, it will be easy to get an admission ticket. A young man smiled as he looked at Hua Wushang. Beside him stood 7 or 8 people. Half of them were male and half were male. They were all inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. However, their cultivations were between a 1-star Do Huang and a 3-star Do Huang. They clearly saw Hua Wushang as their leader. After all, Hua Wushang was backed by Elder Nu Tao. Hua Wushang faintly said, "All right." In an incomparably grand courtyard, Dongfang Hao Jie woke up from his meditation and walked out of his retreat. An old eunuch had been waiting for a long time and handed him an invitation. Dongfang Hao Jie took a look and frowned. The day of the battle between Blackwater Yun Sure and Ning Qi has arrived? A year seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. If not for this invitation, he would have long forgotten about this matter. There is a huge gap between Ning Qi's cultivation and Blackwater Yun Sure's. However, he has that bronze puppet in his hands. This match should not be a problem. A faint smile hung on the corner of Dongfang Hao Jie's mouth as he thought of this. He ordered the old eunuch, "Get ready. All of us will go." If he knew that Ning Qi no longer had low-grade spirit god stones to activate the bronze puppet, it was likely that he would not be so relaxed. A trace of surprise appeared in the old eunuch's eyes. He did not expect Dongfang Hao Jie to really plan on watching this battle. He even planned on bringing everyone along. Was Blackwater Yun Sure worth him being so cautious? Cloud Mist Restaurant. Chu Xian, Yuan Shang, and Dongfang Lingdong were sitting together. After hearing the conversation of the nearby customers, they looked at each other. Chu Xian, this Blackwater Yun Sure is the one who humiliated you before, right? Yuan Shang looked at Chu Xian and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Chu Xian's expression was a little unsightly. 7 to 8 years ago, she had encountered Blackwater Yun Sure when she was out on a mission. At that time, Chu Xian had just stepped into the first stage of life and death, while Blackwater Yun Sure was already a rank 7 dragon. Because of some misunderstanding, she was heavily injured by Blackwater Yun Sure. If it was not for the fact that she was a disciple of the Chu clan, she would have been killed on the spot. Then, we have no choice but to go to this battle, Dongfang Lingdong smiled. They're here again. I wonder if those assassins are still waiting for me here? Let's go see Dongfang Hao Jie first. Chapter 551. The origin of Purple Sun Sword Emperor. When Ning Qi and Heavenly Pig appeared in the capital, the news had already reached the ears of assassins from all over. King Wu's mansion. Old Master, we can't just let this matter rest. The middle-aged woman looked at King Wu and said coldly. He has a close relationship with Master Eugene. We need to think about this carefully. You should pay the assassins more. It will be great if we can take down Dongfang Hao Jie first. King Wu said indifferently. If Ling Feng can't recover his cultivation, no matter who he has a close relationship with, I want him to die with Ling Feng. As for Dongfang Hao Jie, once he leaves the capital, they will attack. Even you Rujin won't be able to save him then. The middle-aged woman said viciously. Wu Lingfeng had been sent to a mysterious place. There was a chance for him to recover his cultivation, but the chances were slim. The middle-aged woman had already made her preparations. If her son failed to recover his cultivation, she would fight to the death with Ning Qi and Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Mansion. In the backyard, Dongfang Hao Jie looked at Heavenly Pig with surprise. Although Ning Qi had already introduced him, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Back in the day, Venerable Celestial Swine was a famous existence in Dongxian. His mouth had swallowed countless humans and dragons. He only stopped after he was imprisoned in the draconic penitentiary. No one expected such a fierce god to stay by Ning Qi's side obediently. It seemed that the rumors weren't entirely true. Brother Dongfang, stop looking. Brother Heavenly Pig will be embarrassed. Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Haojie coughed awkwardly and sighed. I didn't expect you to experience so many things when you left the capital. You even went to the draconic penitentiary. Was there anything interesting there? Interesting? Does being chased by a Dodi count? Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Dodi? Dongfang Haojie was shocked. There's a Dodi in the draconic penitentiary? How is that possible? Ning Qi smiled. The world is so big. What is impossible? Brother Dongfang, have you heard of the name Su Zhen? Su Zhen, Dongfang Haojie pondered. Suddenly, he asked in surprise, isn't he a true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? A true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Ning Qi was shocked when he heard this. The chief of the Cloud Rising sect was merely an existence of the Doxing class. Yin Changzai, whom he had seen among the true inheritors, was only a little stronger than Tian Zhuzun. He had never heard of any true inheritors breaking through to the Doxing class. If he was really the true inheritor of the Cloud Rising sect, how could he be a Dodi? Seeing Ning Qi's expression as though he had seen a ghost, Dongfang Haojie said in shock, the Dodi you are talking about, could it be Su Zhen? Purple Sun Sword Emperor's name is indeed Su Zhen. At this moment, Supremacy Celestial Pig, who was enjoying his meal at the side, interrupted. Dongfang Haojie suddenly stood up and muttered to himself, how can this be? Su Zhen is merely over 270 years old. He was merely a one-star Do Zun when he was imprisoned in the dragon prison. How did he become a D within a short 200 years? I'm afraid this has something to do with the lower spirit god stone. What kind of stone is this? Why didn't the system give me a detailed explanation? Ning Qi thought to himself. It seemed like he could not exchange all the lower spirit god stones for dragon slayer coins when he found them in the future. He had to keep some for research. When I enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Land next year, not only will I have to steal more dragon blood fruits, but I will also have to dig out a few hundred lower spirit god stones. Thinking of this, Ning Qi suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip, so he took out the Black Lotus Devil Flame from his space bag. 3 inches above his palm, a black flame suddenly appeared. That scorching heat made the old eunuchs and young eunuchs who were standing nearby step back a dozen steps, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Heavenly Flame? Supremacy Celestial Pig was a little shocked. Ning Qi had not only escaped from the Black Ghost Demon Dragon, but he had also stolen their heavenly flame? What was going on? Dongfang Haojie was also shocked by the temperature of the Black Lotus Demon Flame. He looked at the Black Lotus Demon Flame on Ning Qi's palm in shock. This is the Black Lotus Demon Flame ranked 43rd on the Heavenly Flame list? Brother Dongfang has good eyesight. Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Haojie's face was filled with envy. He had yet to refine an heavenly flame because everyone could only refine one heavenly flame in their lifetime. Therefore, he did not care about the heavenly flames that were ranked lower. He could not find any heavenly flames that were ranked in the top 50. He did not expect Ning Qi to obtain such a top-ranked heavenly flame when he was still a Do Huang. You're envious. Ning Qi smiled. Envious? Dongfang Haojie nodded. Here you go. Ning Qi threw the Black Lotus Demon Flame to Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie's face was filled with shock. He subconsciously swept out a stream of Do Qi from his body and carefully wrapped the Black Lotus Demon Flame. Then, he looked at Ning Qi in confusion. What do you mean? I already have an heavenly flame. This Black Lotus Demon Flame is specially kept for you. Are you touched? Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi's serious face. It did not seem that Ningqi was teasing him. Dongfang Haojie was touched, but then he looked at Ningqi seriously and said, "Don't tell me you want to borrow spirit crystals from me? Although my house is very big, I have spent most of my spirit crystals on it and training. I don't have money. Hurry up and refine it." "Don't talk nonsense. The ownerless heavenly flame will disappear in less than half a day. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry." Ningqi rolled his eyes. Dongfang Haojie saw that he had achieved his goal. He smiled and began to refine the Black Lotus demon flame in front of everyone. The old eunuchs and young eunuchs nearby were excited when they saw this. After Master refines the Black Lotus demon flame, his ranking on the ranking list of young masters will rise by at least 20 places. "Great," the old eunuch muttered to himself. Then he looked at Ningqi with eyes full of gratitude. The Black Lotus demon flame, ranked 43rd on the heavenly flame list, was given away just like that. Even the emperor would not be so generous. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Black Lotus devil flame suddenly merged with Dongfang Haojie's body. The instant he opened his eyes, everyone felt a wave of hot air assaulting their noses. In his eyes, there seemed to be two raging flames burning. Phew! Dongfang Haojie let out a long breath. Then he looked at Ningqi seriously and said sincerely, "Brother Ning, thank you. I told you that you are very touched, right?" "Ha ha." Ningqi laughed. Dongfang Haojie saw that Ningqi was so proud. When he was about to refute him, a servant came in and reported, "Black Water Dragon Clan's Heishui Isher has brought a group of people to pay a visit." "Heishui Isher is here?" Dongfang Haojie frowned and looked at Ningqi. "Let's go and see her. Let's see if her cultivation has increased in 1 year." Chapter 552. "This blade is enough, everyone, please wait a moment." A young eunuch led Heishui Yunsher and a group of people into the guest hall. He spoke respectfully and began serving tea to everyone. Aside from Heishui Aolong, the people who came with Heishui Yunsher were all prodigies on the mortal ranking. Of course, their rankings were quite low. After about 7 or 8 breaths of time, a young man with a red face and white teeth raised his eyebrows impatiently and said, "Why is Dongfang Haojie coming so slowly? This is how he treats his guests." "Mu Bai, don't worry." One of the prodigies of the Mu clan, Mu Juner, glanced at the young man. The young man immediately shut his mouth when he heard this. Not only did he fear this cousin of his, but he also admired her. With Mu Bai's personality, aside from his father and the elders, Mu Juner was the only one in the same generation who could restrain him. Heishui Aolong glanced at Mu Juner and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Mu Bai indifferently and fell silent. Although he had a high status in the Black Water Dragon clan, he was still slightly inferior to the people present. After all, he was still a rank 6 dragon. However, Heishui Aolong believed that with his talent, he would be able to defeat Mu Bai and the others once he broke through to rank 7. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Kai Weitao and Ji Kaishi, who were sitting beside Mu Bai and Mu Juner. They were disciples of the Kai clan and Ji clan, which were ranked on the same level as the 36 great sections. If that was all they had, Heishui Aolong wouldn't look at them in such a different light. The Kai clan and the Ji clan were backed by one of the 9 great clans, the Bai Shao clan. Heishui Prouddragon was still a little wary of the clan that had the Dongxian leaderboard, Heaven leaderboard, Earth leaderboard, Man leaderboard, and Dragon leaderboard. At this moment, Ji Kaishi calmly looked at the young eunuch and said, "Young eunuch, why isn't Dongfang Haojie here yet? Do you know that we are all ranked on the mortal ranking? If we work together, even Dongfang Haojie might not be our match." The young eunuch was stunned for a moment, but he had seen this kind of thing many times. He still said in a low voice, "Master will be here soon. Honored guests, please wait a moment. Give him 10 more breaths of time. If he doesn't," Ji Kaishi sneered. "What if I can't?" Dongfang Haojie brought Ning Qi into the living room and faintly smiled at Ji Kaishi. Seeing this, Ji Kaishi's eyes flashed with fighting intent. If I can't do it, I will challenge you first before He Shui Yunshi challenges that ant. I wasn't in the capital last time, so I didn't see how you defeated Wu Lingfeng. However, I recently learned an ancient martial skill. Do you want to give it a try? Ji Kaishi, today, Blackwater Yunshi is the main character. Don't steal her limelight. Kai Weitao said lightly. Ji Kaishi glanced at him, the sneer on his lips unchanging. If it was in the past, Dongfang Haojie would not have said a word. Not only would he have taught Ji Kaishi a lesson, if he had been angrier, it would not have been impossible for him to have been captured and castrated. But now, after experiencing so many things, his temperament had changed greatly. In his eyes, Ji Kaishi was nothing more than a spoiled brat. Therefore, Dongfang Haojie did not get angry. He faintly smiled and said, I would like to see your ancient martial skill. However, this matter will have to wait until He Shui Yunshi has a match with my brother. His brother? Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked at Ning Qi. They had already noticed Ning Qi. However, after discovering that he was merely a peak Do Huang who had yet to step through the 9 life and death trials, they did not pay much attention to him. He Shui Yunshi is the one who wants to have a match with you? This, this is simply a joke. Mu Bai looked at Ning Qi and then at He Shui Yunshi. He could not help but let out a wild laugh. Mu Junior was not as arrogant as him. Instead, she frowned slightly, after which a shocked expression appeared in her eyes. Clearly, she had recognized Ning Qi. After all, the repercussions that Ning Qi's bronze puppet had created were still occasionally brought up by people. I'm afraid that He Shui Yunshi is going to kick a metal plate this time, Mu Junior faintly thought to herself. If Ning Qi released the ancient puppet that even Headmaster Jean praised, He Shui Yunshi would definitely not be a match for it. However, she did not open her mouth to remind him. No matter what, He Shui Yunshi was from the dragon tribe while Ning Qi was from the human tribe. She had only come this time because of the Black Water Dragon tribe. You are dead. He Shui Ao Long immediately locked onto Ning Qi. He looked at him viciously. The corner of his mouth revealed a ferocious smile as he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. You can eat shit. Ning Qi also transmitted his voice. You. He Shui Ao Long was instantly enraged. He was just about to attack without any regard for the consequences when he saw Dongfang Haojie looking at him indifferently. It was as though a basin of cold water had instantly extinguished the flames in his heart. Just you wait. I will see how long Dongfang Haojie can protect you. He Shui Ao Long transmitted his voice. He Shui Yunshi nodded at Dongfang Haojie. She had already broken through to the rank 7 middle level of the dragon tribe. In her heart, she did not think that she was any weaker than Dongfang Haojie. Hence, her attitude had changed. After which, He Shui Yunshi looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, You have really come as promised. Did you think that I would run away? Ning Qi smiled. He had already seen He Shui Yunshi's attributes and knew that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. However, Ning Qi was not afraid. Even without the low-grade spiritual god stone to activate the bronze puppet, he felt that his chances of winning against He Shui Yunshi were 50-50. If he could defeat He Shui Yunshi, he would not be far from obtaining the first rank on the dragon ranking. As the first rank on the dragon ranking, Desolate Ancient Ruthless was at most at the same level as He Shui Yunshi. He was a little stronger than an ordinary Dozong. I will give you a chance. If you are willing to kneel and apologize to me during the fight, I will choose not to kill you. He Shui Yunshi said indifferently. Sister. He Shui Ao Long revealed an anxious expression when he heard this. Mu Bai and the rest were also very surprised. He Shui Yunshi had caused such a huge commotion, but she was going to spare Ning Qi's life? She is trying to humiliate the human race. A cold glint flashed across Mu Jun'er's eyes as she looked at He Shui Yunshi. Then I will also give you a chance. If you are willing to slap yourself 10 times during the fight, I will leave you some face. Ning Qi smiled. He felt an enormous pressure coming from He Shui Yunshi the moment he said this. He could not help but take a dozen steps back and almost exited the guest hall. Is this brat crazy? Mu Bai was stunned as he looked at Ning Qi. A trace of admiration suddenly appeared in his heart. Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao exchanged glances. Kai Weitao could not help but transmit a message. He is even more arrogant than you. Dongfang Hao Jie took a step forward and looked at He Shui Yunshi with a sneer. Are you going to attack me here? He Shui Yunshi and Dongfang Hao Jie looked at each other for a while and smiled. I came here today to tell you that you must come to this fight. After saying this, she looked at He Shui Ao Long and the rest. Let's go. They left just as suddenly as they had come. Dongfang Hao Jie looked at Ning Qi. Brother Ning, are you going to use the bronze puppet to kill her? She is different from Wu Lingfeng and the rest. If you do that, I am afraid that the Black Water Dragon tribe leader will personally come to kill you. This blade is enough to kill her. Chapter 553. Chapter 553 Death's Hymn? The Jiuzhou Empire. The capital. The Imperial Gladiatorial Arena. Unlike the last time when Dongfang Haojie fought with Wu Lingfeng, the number of spectators did not decrease this time. Instead, many people tried their best to get a ticket to the arena. They wanted to see which arrogant guy dared to challenge He Shui Yunshi. Yu Rujin was already sitting on the grandstand. Beside her were not only the 18th prince and the 19th princess, but also several older princes who were on the ranking list of young masters. If they had not received the invitation from the Black Water Dragon clan, they would not have come to the arena today. Compared with watching the fun, they were more willing to immerse themselves in cultivation so that they could have a chance to take over the Jiuzhou Empire in the future. Eunuch Yu, I heard that the guy who fought with He Shui Yunshi is the outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect who followed Dongfang Haojie last time? The 7th prince glanced at Yu Rujin and said calmly. Yu Rujin bowed and said with a smile, I have to see him in person to know whether the news is true or not. Then he looked at the grandstand not far away with a smile. There stood a middle-aged man in black. He was the great constable of the Black Jail sect, Yi Mingyu. He probably got the news about the 7th prince from him. Yu Rujin knew that the 7th prince seemed to be cultivating in seclusion all year round, but in private, he had a close relationship with the Black Jail sect. Yi Mingyu and Yu Rujin looked at each other for a full 3 breaths. Then he snorted and turned his head. In one of the grandstands of the arena, about 20 or 30 young people gathered. They were the geniuses of various families and sections. They were in the top 100 of the dragon ranking list. They had also received the invitation from He Shui Yunshi and had come to watch the fight. Among them, some were disciples of the Kai family and the Ji family. They had come with Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao. In the grandstand of the Cha Gong mansion. I didn't expect to see such a show as soon as I came back. Cha Nan sat on the grandstand and smiled at the 2 girls beside him. Before he was captured and sent to the Draconic Penitentiary, he was also a person on the dragon rank. This time, he returned to the Chamberlain of 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 this way, they would be able to obtain many times more cultivation resources than in the sect. At this time, as the time of the competition approached, more and more people entered the arena. Every time a heavens chosen from a certain clan or a powerful expert appeared, it would cause a heated discussion among the audience. Hey, look at those three people. Is it a genius from the Chu, Dongfang, or Yuan families? It's them. I didn't expect them to come as well. The sky prides in the top 100 of the dragon leaderboard looked at Chu Xian and the other two with complicated expressions. The three of them were ranked pretty high on the dragon leaderboard. Yuan Shang felt countless gazes on him, and he could not help but reveal a faint smile. Together with Dongfang Ling Dong and Chu Xian, he arrived at the Martial Imperial Manor's viewing platform. Big Sister Chu Xian, Big Brother Yuan, Big Brother Dongfang, you're all here. Quick, sit here. The disciples of the Martial Imperial Manor came up to greet them, while the Martial Imperial Manor nodded with a faint smile. Although their origins were terrifying as a Dozun, he naturally had to maintain the dignity of a Dozun. He would not lower himself to curry favor with three heavens chosen who were not even Dozongs. At this time, a few more people came in. When the crowd saw them, they could not help but gasp. Why are they here too? Brother, who are they? Why can't I recognize them? You can't recognize the top 200 of the mortal leaderboard? Do you see that lady? Dongfang Yulua. The Dongfang family's chosen, even more terrifying than Dongfang Haojia. And that guy beside her, Chu Feng. The Chu family's chosen, ranked 198 on the mortal leaderboard, even stronger than Dongfang Yulu. And that one, Yuan Kongming from the Yuan family, ranked 197th on the mortal leaderboard. These three families are indeed, as the rumors say, they have a close relationship. There were three young ones just now, and now there are three big ones. Chu Xian and the other two were also shocked when they saw them. Especially Yuan Shang, not only was he shocked, but there was also a trace of fear in his eyes. The seventh prince stood up with a smile and waved at Dongfang Yulua and the others. Everyone, come up and have a chat. Dongfang Yulua and the others flew up and landed beside the seventh prince. None of the guards that Yu Rujin brought dared to stop them. So the seventh prince invited them. I guess they are not here to watch the competition. There must be something else important. The crowd suddenly understood. No wonder the top 200 of the mortal leaderboard would be so bored as to watch Heishui Yunshi torture an ant. Seventh Prince, do you know who Heishui Yunshi's opponent is? Dongfang Yulua smiled faintly. The seventh prince glanced at her and chuckled. It might be an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. The crowd immediately lost interest. Seeing this, the 18th prince said, Ning Qi is very powerful. The 19th princess nodded. Brother is right. The crowd glanced at them, smiled, and ignored them. A trace of displeasure flashed in the 18th prince's eyes, but he didn't say anything. She's here, Heishui Yunshi is here. The people behind her are all on the mortal leaderboard, right? Yes, Mu Jun'er and Mu Bai from the Mu Palace, Kai Weitao and Ji Kaishi from the Kai and Ji families. The crowd wasn't so surprised this time. They had seen the top 200 of the mortal leaderboard, so why would they care about these people who were ranked below 1,000? The only thing they were curious about now was Heishui Yunshi's opponent, who was so fearless of death. The guy they were curious about was rushing toward the martial arena with Dongfang Haojia. When they were about to arrive, assassins suddenly attacked Ning Qi from the side of the road. Are you guys crazy? Ning Qi looked at these assassins in disbelief. Did they go crazy from wanting to be famous? Not to mention that Dongfang Haojia was by his side, these guys who weren't even emperor fighters dared to attack him? A trace of fierceness flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He didn't hold back and killed each of them on the spot. No, these are just death warriors. They are testing your strength. Dongfang Haojia said with a frown. Sure enough, the two of them sensed several powerful auras flashing in the vicinity. The security of the capital is too bad. Is the Black Prison sect eating shit? Ning Qi sneered and walked into the martial arena with Dongfang Haojie. When Heishui Yunshi saw Ning Qi, she flew down and landed in the middle of the martial arena. She said indifferently, "You are here. Who didn't escape?" Everyone looked at the two of them. They immediately excluded Dongfang Haojie, then their gazes fell on Ning Qi. "It's him?" Chapter 554. Chapter 554. Severed Finger. How can it be him? The one who's going to compete with Heishui Yunshi is that outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Some people who had seen Ning Qi before couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Heishui Yunshi with pity. This was because they knew that Ning Qi had a great killing weapon. Not even the martial king, Sky Sword Marquis, and the others could defeat this ancient puppet. However, most people hadn't seen Ning Qi before, so they couldn't help but sneer at him. So it's him. A peak emperor with decent talent, but he's overestimating himself. He doesn't look like an ant from a remote country. He's probably an inner disciple of one of the 36 top sections. Does anyone know who he is? It's him. Chu Xian and the other two revealed a trace of anger. It really is him. The seventh prince's lips curled into a sneer as he exchanged glances with Yi Mingyu. Seeing this, Yu Rujin frowned slightly. The seventh prince was right. Dongfang Yulua's eyes didn't stop on Ning Qi. Instead, she stared at Dongfang Haojie. The others were curious about Ning Qi. They wanted to see what kind of person dared to compete with a Do Zong despite being only a Do Huang. This kid really dared to come, Mu Bai muttered in a low voice. Mu Juner glanced at him, then looked at Ning Qi and said, "Maybe he has a trump card." "What trump card?" "His trump card is Dongfang Haojie. Can Dongfang Haojie take his place this time?" Heishui Aolong sneered. Mu Juner smiled and didn't argue with him. Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao glanced at Mu Juner, then revealed a trace of contemplation in their eyes. Among the audience, the ones who were the most shocked were Hua Wushang and the others. The person who's going to compete with Heishui Yunshi is Ning Qi. Hua Wushang's expression was uncertain. The inner disciples around him were also very shocked. They didn't expect the ant from a small country to be their fellow disciple. Moreover, it was Ning Qi, who was about to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Meng. "Junior brother Hua, looks like there's going to be a good show today." That is indeed the case. Heishui Yunshi is someone on the man ranking. Even a peak Do Huang who has stepped into the 9th life and death test or an expert in the top 10 of the dragon ranking would definitely not be a match for her. I'm afraid that this little fellow Ning Qi will die in her hands today. Congratulations, junior brother Hua. They all knew that the relationship between Hua Wushang and Ning Qi was not harmonious. If Ning Qi died here today, Hua Wushang would have one less enemy in the future. Moreover, they would be able to ride on Hua Wushang's coattails and live comfortably in the Cloud Rising sect. Hearing this, Hua Wushang's eyes were filled with joy. That's right. Ning Qi, this fellow, didn't stay in the Cloud Rising sect and cultivate, waiting to become a true disciple. Instead, he came out to compete with Blackwater Yunshi. Wasn't he courting death? If he died in Heishui Yunshi's hands, even Meng Qingling wouldn't dare to say anything, right? It's a pity that uncle isn't here. If he could personally see Ning Qi die in Heishui Yunshi's hands, he would definitely feel much better. The corner of Hua Wushang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint mocking smile. Ning Qi looked at Heishui Yunshi and smiled. I'm here. Dongfang Haojie didn't go to the spectator's stand but stood at the edge of the battlefield. He quietly watched as Ning Qi walked towards Heishui Yunshi step by step. There was a faint trace of worry in his heart. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the Honorable Heavenly Swine to come as well. If Ning Qi really couldn't defeat Heishui Yunshi, one more helper would increase the chance of Ning Qi's safety. However, Ning Qi was afraid that too many people in the capital city would recognize the honorable heavenly swine. He had eaten many humans and dragons before. If he was recognized on the spot, he would probably be hated by everyone. Hence, he didn't allow the honorable heavenly swine to come. The fight is about to start. Why isn't anyone opening the bet this time? Who dares to open the bet? The outcome is already decided. Who said that no one is opening the bet? I have already bet that He Shui Yunshi will win. The odds are 100 to 1. I bet 500 lower spiritual crystals and made a fortune. What? There's actually such a thing. Which damned fellow is so secretive when opening the bet? Isn't he afraid of losing money? On the spectator's stand, Chu Feng glanced at Dongfang Yulua and smiled. I heard that Dongfang Haojie was adopted by your parents when he was young? Dongfang Yulua's expression changed slightly. She looked at Chu Feng indifferently. What are you trying to say? He was sent to the imperial palace by your parents, right? Take a guess, who do you think he hates the most right now? Chu Feng smiled faintly. Do you want me to help you get rid of him? Yuan Kongming said indifferently. You too, don't meddle in other people's business. I will solve my own problem. After watching this battle, we will leave the capital city. Dongfang Yulua said coldly. The seventh prince saw this and quickly smiled. That's right. Dongfang Haojie is nothing. Don't mention him. Yu Rujin stood to the side, his face extremely unsightly. These people obviously didn't put him in their eyes. Dongfang Haojie was his eunuch, and from their words, it seemed that they could decide Dongfang Haojie's life or death at will. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ning Qi and He Shui Yunshi at this moment. The choice I gave you before is still valid. He Shui Yunshi said indifferently. The choice I gave you is also valid. Ning Qi smiled. In that case, I hope you won't beg for mercy before you die. He Shui Yunshi looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Her body moved slightly and she appeared in front of Ning Qi. Her speed was even faster than Feng Mo's. The afterimage she left on the spot took a few seconds to dissipate. However, Ning Qi was no longer a Peak King Do. He was now a Peak Do Huang. When He Shui Yunshi approached him, he had already swung his saber. He Shui Yunshi didn't take this saber seriously. She casually stretched out her hand to block it. You underestimate me. Ning Qi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The Dragon Slayer saber's damage to the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Slayer Do Qi ignored defense. It was not something that He Shui Yunshi could block with her hand. Even if she was a rank 7 dragon, she couldn't do it. Puff! A stream of blood floated up. A few fingers fell on the ground. He Shui Yunshi was stunned on the spot. She blankly looked at the bloody fingers on the ground. It was as if she couldn't believe that her dragon body was so weak under the opponent's saber. Hiss! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air and involuntarily stood up. It was as if they couldn't believe what they had seen with their own eyes. A Peak Do Huang cut off the fingers of a rank 7 dragon? Is this a dream? Dongfang Yulua, Chu Feng, and Yuan Kongming immediately focused their eyes on Ning Qi. Chapter 555. Chapter 555. Chapter 555. Not heavy enough. The choice I gave you is still valid. This sentence was like a demonic voice that reverberated continuously in He Shui Yunshi's mind. How could this be? As a member of the Black Water Dragon clan, a rank 7 mid-level giant dragon, even in human form, the dragon scales were still hidden under her skin. The defense of the dragon scales was equivalent to at least a middle-level Earth-rank defensive Do weapon. Not to mention that she was always protected by Do Qi. How could the opponent's unremarkable blade cut off a few of her fingers? Of course, He Shui Yunshi could not understand why Ning Qi's dragon-slaying Do Qi could ignore the dragon's armor and cause true damage. If the dragon tribe knew about this, Ning Qi would instantly become the public enemy of the dragon tribe. At that time, there would be an endless number of dragons chasing after him no matter where he went. This blade is extraordinary. Yu Rujin's eyes revealed a shocked expression. His attention was not attracted by Ning Qi but by the dragon-slaying blade in his hand. He was not the only one. All the Dozuns present, such as Yi Mingyu, the Wu Wangye, the Sky Sword Marquis, and the others, were all focused on the dragon-slaying blade. To be able to allow a Peak Do Huang to instantly cut off a rank 7 dragon's fingers and break her defense, could this blade be a middle-grade Tian rank Do weapon? This grade was already a Do weapon that the Do Zuns could only dream of. Any higher would be a Do Xing or Do Di. If this blade had landed on my body… Yuan Shang watched this scene in shock. A chill rose in his heart when he thought of this. He exchanged glances with Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Although their cultivation was higher than Ning Qi's, their physical bodies and defenses were worlds apart from Heishui Yunshi's. If even Heishui Yunshi ended up with a broken finger, they would not fare any better. The Wu Wangye looked at the dragon-slaying blade in Ning Qi's hand with a greedy expression. This expression flashed by in an instant and no one noticed it. On the royal viewing platform, I already said that Ning Qi is very strong, the 18th prince said faintly. His small face was as serious as a small adult. The 7th prince and his brothers glanced at the 18th prince with a hint of surprise in their eyes. This kid is interesting. Chu Feng looked at Ning Qi with an inexplicable smile on his face. Yuan Kongming said indifferently, he is merely relying on the advantage of his Do weapon and Blackwater Isher's carelessness. His blade is simply unable to touch Blackwater Isher's figure. Dongfang Yuluan nodded. Indeed. Junior brother Hua, how can this guy be so strong? He actually gained the upper hand with just one strike? The senior brothers and sisters beside Hua Wushang all revealed looks of shock. Hua Wushang's expression was very ugly. At this moment, someone nearby glanced at them and said, "Don't be anxious. The battle has just begun." Hua Wushang glanced at them and saw that they were 2 girls. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't reply and focused all his attention on Ning Qi. He didn't believe that Ning Qi could defeat a rank 7 dragon. "Sister, what did you say to them? Do you know them?" Zhou Luning transmitted her voice to Wuma Fengling curiously. Wuma Fengling didn't reply. Her attention was completely focused on Ning Qi. It was this guy who had caused her to fail her first mission. "I hope that you don't die in Blackwater Isher's hands. You are mine." Wuma Fengling looked at Ning Qi and said in her heart, "Tch, what's so great about it?" Zhou Luning couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that Wuma Fengling wasn't speaking to her. Kai Weitao glanced at Heishui Aolong. He saw that the latter's face was ashen and his fists were tightly clenched. He couldn't help but smile at Mu Juner. "Do you guys think that Blackwater Isher can win this battle?" Kai Weitao, what do you mean? Do you think that my sister can't beat a Peak Do Huang? Before Mu Juner could reply, Heishui Aolong had already coldly looked at Kai Weitao. His tone was filled with killing intent. Kai Weitao didn't care about Heishui Aolong. In his eyes, Heishui Aolong was trash, who couldn't even compare to an ordinary Heaven's Pride from the 9 great clans. Heishui Aolong didn't have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Kai Weitao. Kai Weitao was only able to sit with Kai Weitao because of the Blackwater Dragon tribe and Blackwater Isher behind him. Mu Juner faintly said, "No one knows who the victor is until the end. Have you never seen an ant bite an elephant to death? I know. That ant definitely possesses a lethal poison. For example, if 10 heaven-devouring ants come, even a Do Zun would have to temporarily avoid them." Mu Bai added, "That makes sense." Ji Kaishi nodded. The way he looked at Ning Qi had changed a little. This fellow didn't seem to be brainlessly arrogant. Heishui Aolong's heart burned with fury when he saw their attitudes. Just you wait. You bunch of ants actually dare to humiliate my black water dragon tribe. Don't let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I will make all of you regret everything you have said today. They didn't know that Heishui Aolong would hold a grudge against all of them because of these few words. On the viewing platform of the Black Prison Sect, a trace of regret appeared in Yi Mingyu's eyes. If he had strongly requested to capture Ning Qi and bring him to the Black Prison Sect, that dough weapon would now belong to the Black Prison Sect. Yi Mingyu couldn't help but plan in his heart. He wanted to frame some crime and capture Ning Qi while Courtyard Master Jean wasn't around. At that time, whether Ning Qi lived or died, would Courtyard Master Jean dare to seek revenge from the Black Prison Sect? Yi Mingyu couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. So, have you made up your mind? Ning Qi looked at Blackwater Isher and smiled faintly. Blackwater Isher's expression was cold as she raised her head. Her severed finger instantly grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, she turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot. Pooh! Ning Qi's back was punched and his entire body smashed heavily into the ground. Like an old ox plowing the fields, he was dragged along the ground for hundreds of feet, leaving behind a deep mark. The fighting arena was completely silent. Soon after, a few sighs could be heard. It seemed that even with that terrifying dough weapon, Ning Qi was still no match for Blackwater Isher. After all, the gap between a peak Do Huang and her was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. An ordinary Do Huang would definitely die on the spot after being hit by Blackwater Isher's angry punch. Therefore, he should also be dead, right? Did you see that? Heishui Aolong looked at Kai Weitao and the others with a face full of ridicule. Something's wrong. Kai Weitao ignored him. Instead, a glint appeared in his eyes as he stared intently at Ning Qi's figure. As expected, Ning Qi stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body as if he wasn't injured at all. He looked at Blackwater Isher and said, "It's not heavy enough. Hit me harder." Chapter 556. The unkillable Ning Qi. Heishui Yunsher thought that Ning Qi was trying to save face and sneered, "If it's not heavy enough, then let's try this move." Her figure turned into a blur again. The next moment, Ning Qi was greeted by a dragon tail that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boom! Ning Qi was smashed into the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Dongfang Haojie was shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that Heishui Yunsher didn't make any other moves, he would have immediately stopped the battle. To be able to freely change between dragon and human form, Heishui Yunsher has some talent. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. That kid is not bad either. An outer disciple of the Cloudrise sect? When did the quality of the outer disciples of the Cloudrise sect become so high? Yuan Kongming smiled. The seventh prince smiled. So what? He will still die in Heishui Yunsher's hands today. Even you and I wouldn't dare to take that attack head-on, right? That's true. Chu Feng nodded. Ning Qi should be dead, right? Hua Wushang's eyes were filled with anticipation. The people of the Wu imperial residence also looked at the pit that Heishui Yunsher had made in the center of the arena. Ning Qi had probably become minced meat. The battle won't end just like that, right? It's a bit boring. Why didn't that guy release the ancient puppet from last time? What is he waiting for? The people in the audience all had different thoughts. Heishui Yunsher looked at the pit mockingly. She knew how powerful the dragon tail attack was. Ning Qi would definitely die now. But just as she was about to turn and leave, Ning Qi's voice came from the pit. "It's not heavy enough, this guy." The crowd was shocked. He wasn't dead yet? Ning Qi climbed out of the hole, looked at Blackwater Yunsher and said, "Is the strength of your Blackwater Dragon clan only this much? Show me what you're made of." Heishui Yunsher's eyes were filled with anger and she attacked Ning Qi again. Boom. Too light. Boom. You can't do it. Boom. Don't go, I'm not dead yet. Boom. Wait, Hit me again. Boom. Ning Qi's body was instantly covered by a layer of golden light. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed greatly. This change shocked Yu Rujin, Yi Mingyu, Lord Wu, and the others. They seemed to have seen the supreme existence of the Nine States Empire, the great emperor of the Nine States? How could this be? A mere Do Huang actually possessed the aura of a Do Di? What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? This is getting more and more interesting. He broke through in the midst of battle. Chu Feng's eyes were filled with deep curiosity. They didn't notice that the expressions of the seventh prince and the others were more exaggerated than anyone else. A proud smile appeared on Dongfang Haojie's face. Ning Qi was borrowing Heishui Yunshi's hands to train his body, refining martial technique. Dongfang Haojie couldn't help but think of the time when he had personally helped Ning Qi hone that martial skill in his mansion. At that time, Ning Qi was the same as today, seemingly unable to be killed or injured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the true third phase War God body. Your HP has increased by 50,000. Hearing this beautiful system prompt, Ning Qi couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He then looked at Heishui Yunshi and said with a smile, "You hit me so many times just now. Now it should be my turn, right?" Heishui Yunshi suddenly felt a trace of vigilance in her heart. How is this possible? Why do I feel a trace of fear towards him? Heishui Yunshi was unwilling to believe that the dragon race had an instinctive sense of danger. At this moment, she saw Ning Qi slash towards her. This ordinary slash instantly condensed a terrifying and suffocating blade intent in the air and slashed at her body. Heishui Yunshi's reaction was extremely fast. This slash only hit her afterimage. Although it didn't kill her, there was a pool of blood on the ground. This meant that Heishui Yunshi had once again been injured by Ning Qi's slash. And this was under the condition that she was not careless. Yuan Kongming's face immediately revealed a solemn expression. He had just said that Ning Qi's slash wouldn't be able to hit Heishui Yunshi. But in just a few slashes, he had been slapped in the face. What kind of blade technique is this? Dongfang Yuluo frowned slightly. She kept searching through her memories, but she couldn't find anything related to Ning Qi's Sky Edge Bright Moonblade. That was because it wasn't a martial technique from Dongxian. At this moment, Heishui Yunshi's figure also appeared in everyone's sight. As expected, there was a huge wound on her shoulder that was continuously bleeding. How can this be? How could Big Sister be injured by him? Heishui Ao Long's face revealed a trace of disbelief. This kid is quite strong. Mu Juner and the rest revealed a solemn expression. If Ning Qi could injure Heishui Yunshi, it meant that he could also injure them. Junior Hua, was this guy really just a peak Doling when he first entered the sect? The few people from the Cloud Rising sect's inner sect transmitted a message to Hua Wushang in disbelief. Hua Wushang's face was ashen. He stared at Ning Qi without replying. "You're dead." Heishui Yunshi looked at Ning Qi coldly. In the next moment, she transformed into her dragon form. Her current defense was many times stronger than when she was in her human form. Everyone looked at the huge black dragon that was 700 to 800 feet long appearing in the middle of the fighting arena. They couldn't help but feel a faint pressure. This was the unique dragon aura of the dragon tribe. In fact, even if it wasn't a dragon tribe, any demonic beast with such a huge body would give people an indescribable pressure. At this moment, Ning Qi, who was in front of Heishui Yunshi, was really like an insignificant ant. It was as if he was waiting for the judgment of the gods. Ning Qi smiled. Heishui Yunshi was courting death. So what if she had transformed into her dragon form? His dragon-slaying Doqi could still ignore armor, but Heishui Yunshi had lost her lightning-like speed. 2,600,000 HP. I only have 2,320,000 left. Another 10 to 20 slashes should be enough, Ning Qi smiled. In the next moment, he carried the dragon-slaying saber and charged at Heishui Yunshi like a cannonball. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Ning Qi's method of exchanging injury for injury caught Heishui Yunshi a little off guard. An ordinary person would have dodged, but Ning Qi took it head-on and retaliated with a slash. This repeated over and over again. Heishui Yunshi's HP fell rapidly. Not long later, it had reached a dangerous level. A great storm rose in everyone's hearts when they saw Heishui Yunshi, a rank 7 dragon, being beaten by Ning Qi until she could not retaliate. Those Dozongs who thought that their cultivation was similar to Heishui Yunshi used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Ning Qi. It was as though they were looking at a monster. Chapter 557. Coveting, that fellow is too strange. He's not dead even after receiving such a heavy blow from Blackwater Yunshi. His physical body is very strong. The battle was coming to an end at this point. Ning Qi continuously swallowed Earth-grade spring recovery pills, maintaining his HP above 1 million. Blackwater Yunshi, on the other hand, only had 70,000 HP left. It's over. Ning Qi smiled. He stomped on Blackwater Yunshi's body, sending her flying backwards. At the same time, he swung his saber. Boom! Blackwater Yunshi's body heavily smashed onto the ground. Sis! Blackwater arrogant dragon didn't care about anything else. He flew over to Blackwater Yunshi's side. Seeing that she was still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. He continued to stuff healing medicinal pills into her mouth. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi vigilantly, afraid that Ning Qi would try to kill him again. Blackwater Yunshi lost? Everyone's face revealed a trace of disbelief. Even now, they were unwilling to believe that Blackwater Yunshi would lose to a peak Do Huang. Ah! I've struck gold this time. Someone in the audience laughed like a madman. What? Why did you strike gold? I bet 100 low-grade spiritual crystals that Blackwater Yunshi would lose. The odds are 1 to 300. How can I not strike gold? Ah! You're really a lucky bastard. Blackwater Yunshi's body turned into a human again. However, her face was extremely pale. She had lost a lot of blood. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness as she looked at Ning Qi. Why did I lose to him? Ning Qi smiled as he walked towards Blackwater Yunshi and Heishui Long. Seeing this, Heishui Long roared, "Don't come over! Is he going to kill Blackwater Yunshi? Won't he anger the Blackwater Dragon tribe?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Kongming Yuluo, shall we go over and take a look at the saber in his hand? Chu Feng smiled. Yes. Yuan Kongming nodded. He was extremely curious about the origins of the saber in Ning Qi's hand. It could cut through the dragon tribe like it was a fruit. Yu Rujin's eyes narrowed. She swept her gaze across the three and her lips moved. Hurry up and bring this kid away. Yu Rujin's voice rang in Dongfang Haojie's ears. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded and flew to Ning Qi's side. It's okay if you win. Let's go. Wait a moment. Ning Qi waved his hand. He looked at Blackwater Yunshi and said indifferently, "Did you lose this competition?" Haywater Yunshi did not reply. Haywater Ao Long said angrily, "You are just taking advantage of the weapon in your hand. What's there to be proud of? Our Blackwater Dragon clan will not let you off." Puff! Ning Qi swung his saber and chopped off Heishui Proud Dragon's arm. He smiled faintly and said, "Say that again?" Heishui Proud Dragon stared at his severed arm in disbelief. He could not believe that Ning Qi would do this to him. Soon after, the fury in his heart was instantly ignited. He wanted to say something, but Blackwater Yunshi extended her hand to stop him. Then, she said to Ning Qi, "I have indeed lost this competition. If you want to kill me, do as you please. However, This is only between you and me. It has nothing to do with my little brother. Sister. Haywater Ao Long felt extremely humiliated. He could not accept the fact that a member of the dragon clan was begging for mercy at the feet of a human. Just admit that you have lost. Ning Qi smiled and left with Dongfang Haojie. Blackwater Yunshi was stunned. She did not expect Ning Qi to let her off so easily. Sister, when we get back, we will ask father to kill this ant. Haywater Ao Long looked at Ning Qi's back angrily and transmitted his voice to Blackwater Yunshi. Blackwater Yunshi glanced at him and said, I want to defeat him with my own hands. As soon as she finished speaking, she rose to her feet and soared into the sky. Hei Shui Ao Long quickly followed after her. With the two main characters gone, the crowd felt that there was nothing more to watch and left. Men. Yi Mingyu looked at Ning Qi's back and said calmly. The constables of the Black Jail sect behind him immediately came forward and said, Sir, what are your orders? I don't care what you do, but you must invite that guy to the Black Jail sect. Yi Mingyu said calmly. Yes. Junior brother Hua, let's leave quickly. Don't let that guy see us. The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect transmitted their voices to Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang nodded indifferently and left with them. If Ning Qi saw him in the capital, he would probably be humiliated. Let's chase after them. Chu Feng said. Wait, I saw a few juniors from the family. Yuan Kongming smiled and looked towards the Wu imperial family's viewing platform. Dongfang Yulua frowned. Should we go over and greet them? Dongfang Lingdong looked at Chu Xian and Yuan Shang hesitantly. He saw us. Yuan Shang's gaze met with Yuan Kongming's. He smiled bitterly and the three flew over to the viewing platform. Brother Chu. Cousin Kongming. Cousin Yulua. The three bowed. What are you doing here? Yuan Kongming said calmly. Yuan Shang said in a low voice, We happened to pass by here. Pass by here? Yuan Kongming frowned. At this moment, Chu Feng smiled at Chu Xian and said, Sister Chu Xian, we're going to see that brat. If you don't have anything else to do, come with us. We can go back to the family later. See that brat? Chu Xian quickly realized that Chu Feng was referring to Ning Qi. The three were slightly startled, but they nodded and said, Okay. Seventh Prince, are you going? Yuan Kongming looked at the Seventh Prince. The Seventh Prince smiled. Of course, I also want to know the origin of such a divine weapon. If the dragon-slaying sword was a mid-grade Heaven Realm battle weapon, he would have to think about how to take it from the Seventh Prince. Then, they rushed in the direction Ning Qi left. Eunuch Yu, will Ning Qi be in danger? The 18th Prince frowned. They won't dare to do anything in the Imperial City. However, I don't know what they'll do once they're out. That brat hasn't shown his trump card yet. With the strength of that ancient puppet, the 7th Prince and the others won't be a match for it for now. Oh. The 18th Prince nodded. They seem to be chasing after Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. Shall we follow them and watch? Ji Kaishi said eagerly. Mu Jun and Mu Bai looked at each other and nodded. Then, they also rushed toward Dongfang Yulua's group. Apart from them, there were only the older generation Do Zuns present. For the sake of their reputation, they couldn't personally take action, so they ordered their subordinates to follow them and check. Today, your saber will probably be targeted by a lot of people. Dongfang Haojie said solemnly on the way. Whoever wants it will have to come and get it themselves. Ning Qi sneered. They're already here. Dongfang Haojie paused and looked behind him. He saw Chu Feng and the others flying over and landing in front of Ning Qi and Dongfang Yulua. Chapter 558. Chapter 558. A threat, it's you. Dongfang Haojie's expression turned cold when he saw Dongfang Yulua. Then, he glanced at the people behind Dongfang Yulua. These people were not easy to deal with. Dongfang Yulua and the other two were in the top 200 of the human list, and there were dozens of experts behind them. Although their rankings were not high, they were still a powerful force if they joined hands. After all, they were the representatives of various sects and clans. Dongfang Yulua looked at Dongfang Haojie and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Chu Feng smiled and asked Ning Qi, "Little brother, what's the name of your saber? Can you take it out and have a look?" "The saber is my life. How can I show it to others?" Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Yuan Shang took the opportunity to say, "Ning Qi, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you know who is standing in front of you? He's the pride of the Chu family, one of the top 200 of the human list. He's giving you face by asking to see your saber." Yuan Kongming's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction as he glanced at Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang immediately shut his mouth when he saw this. He had already achieved his goal anyway. "Yeah, it's not like you'll lose a hair if you take out the saber. Do you think we're going to steal your saber? You're really a country bumpkin. We all have noble statuses and we can get any weapon we want." "Dongfang Haojie, this guy is your friend, right? He defeated He Shui Yunshi with the cultivation of a peak emperor. His talent is not bad, but most of the credit is due to the saber in his hand. Ask him to take out the saber and let us have a look. We'll be friends in the future." A young man shouted at Dongfang Haojie. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and found that he was Duan Mushing, the pride of the Marquis of Divine Dragon Mansion. He was a one-star Grandmaster and was ranked over 2,000 on the ranking list of young masters. Ning Qi could easily kill such a guy with one strike. Chu Feng listened to the chatter of the crowd and smiled without saying a word. He looked at Ning Qi indifferently. He believed that at this moment, Ning Qi would definitely be pressured into taking out his knife. Ning Qi glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "I can indeed show you the saber." "Haha, I knew this kid wouldn't be so arrogant." A gloating smile appeared in Ji Kaishi's eyes. Kai Weitao's eyes were filled with anticipation. He wanted to take a closer look at the treasured saber that was able to beat Blackwater Yunshi into such a sorry state. He wanted to see how amazing it was. But the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Eventually, he focused his gaze on Duan Mushing's face. "Every time I unsheath my saber, it tastes blood. If any of you want to see it, come over here." Duan Mushing was the happiest, so Ning Qi decided to start with him. When everyone heard this, their faces turned cold. The meaning of Ning Qi's words was very clear. If they wanted to see his saber, they would have to fight with him. If it was yesterday, none of them would be afraid of a small Do Huang at the peak of the Do Huang class. However, after seeing Blackwater Yunshi being beaten so miserably and admitting defeat, none of them were willing to step forward and fight with Ning Qi to avoid embarrassing themselves. Therefore, everyone immediately looked at Dongfang Yulua, Chu Feng, and Yuan Kongming. Perhaps only the three of them had the confidence to subdue Ning Qi. At this moment, the seventh prince suddenly took a step forward. He looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, "You're a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, right? Do you know Elder Nu Tao?" "Nu Tao?" Ning Qi was slightly startled. He then nodded and said with a faint smile, "I know him. That's good. Even if Elder Nu Tao is here, he would have to be respectful to me. Take out your saber and let us have a look. After this, I will write a letter to Nu Tao. I believe that your cultivation resources will greatly increase in the future." The seventh prince said indifferently, "Haha, are you crazy? Why don't you ask around? What's my relationship with Nu Tao?" Ning Qi could not help but mock. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. Mu Bai and the others were somewhat shocked as they looked at Ning Qi. They did not expect that he would actually not give them any face. It should be known that the seventh prince was the son of the great emperor of the Nine region. Although his talent was ordinary, The power behind him was extremely terrifying. In front of him, even a Do Zun would have to treat him as an equal. Yuan Shang's eyes revealed a gloating expression. He looked at the seventh prince and then at Ning Qi. The seventh prince's face was filled with blood. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Qi. Oh? What's your relationship with Niu Tao? Go and ask him yourself. Ning Qi smiled. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. Wait. Yuan Kongming flashed and appeared in front of Ning Qi. At this time, Dongfang Haojie took a step forward and said with a faint smile, Don't push me too far. This is the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire, not the holy land of the 9 great clans. Yuan Kongming smiled. Don't be nervous. I will not hurt him. After saying this, he looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, Little brother, how about this? Tell me who the blacksmith is and I will give you 2,000 middle spiritual crystals in exchange for this information. What do you think? 2,000 middle spiritual crystals. He was indeed the pride of the 9 great clans. His first move was so generous. Even Yuan Shang's eyes were filled with jealousy. His net worth was only slightly greater than this number. Really? Ning Qi's eyes slightly brightened. Of course it's true. Yuan Kongming's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It was obvious that Ning Qi had taken the bait. As long as he knew who the blacksmith of the blade was, he could ask the elders of his clan to invite that blacksmith to forge a battle weapon for him. Give me the spiritual crystals. I will only tell you. Ning Qi smiled. Yuan Kongming directly took out a small bag and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a look and saw that there were indeed 2,000 middle spiritual crystals in the Qiankuan bag. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Master Jin of the Divine Mystery Institution, go and find him. Divine Mystery Institution? Yuan Kongming's face suddenly became a little ugly. Then, he looked coldly at Ning Qi. Return the spiritual crystals to me. Ning Qi sneered. What? As the pride of the Yuan clan of the 9 great clans, you dare to go back on your words? Everyone looked at Yuan Kongming strangely. They did not know what Ning Qi had said to him to make him react like this. How could Master Jin of the Divine Mystery Institution forge a weapon for you? Kid, the price of lying to me is not simple. You better think about it. Yuan Kongming transmitted his voice. Ning Qi replied, If you don't believe me, you can ask around about my relationship with Master Jin. All right. If you dare lie to me, no one can save you. Yuan Kongming snorted coldly and turned to leave. He left just like that? Yuan Kongming, who forged that weapon? Chu Feng frowned as he looked at Yuan Kongming's back and asked. Ask him yourself. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in unison. Chapter 559. A long-lost face. Only a few people could afford 2,000 medium spiritual crystals. In the end, only Dongfang Yuluo and a few others could afford it. But when Ning Qi told them the news, their faces were as ugly as Yuan Kongming's. Tianji Institute's Master Jin. The Do weapons refined by such an existence were all low-grade heaven rank and above. They also believed that they could occasionally refine middle-grade heaven rank and above Do weapons. But they didn't believe that such an existence would refine weapons for Ning Qi. Ning Qi was just a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. How could he get a weapon refined by Master Jin? If it weren't for the fact that this was the capital of the 9 States Empire, where everyone's actions were under the surveillance of those big shots, they would have directly captured Ning Qi and interrogated him. Seventh Prince, what about you? They've all bought it. Do you want it? Ning Qi said with a smile. The seventh prince snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. At this moment, he was already bearing a grudge against Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at Chu Xian and the others. What about you? If you want it, it's only 2,000 medium spiritual crystals. You won't get another chance like this. Let's go. Yuan Shang said coldly. After the three of them left, Ning Qi looked at the others. Seeing Ning Qi looking at them, they quickly turned around and left. Ning Qi said in a low voice, "They're all poor." Dongfang Haojie could see with the naked eye that their figures paused for a moment before leaving at an even faster speed. "Let's go." Afraid that Ning Qi would look at them, Mu Bai quickly transmitted his voice to everyone. Although 2,000 medium spiritual crystals were a lot and some experts on the ranking list of young masters couldn't afford it, it was normal that they didn't have it. But it was a bit shameful to be asked like this. Dongfang Haojie didn't expect Ning Qi to solve the matter like this. He transmitted his voice curiously. "Isn't that saber passed down from ancient times? Who made it? Who did you ask them to find?" "Haha, I asked them to find Master Jin." Ning Qi transmitted his voice with a smile. "I see." Dongfang Haojie finally knew why Yuan Kongming and the others had such a strange expression. "Let's have a chat?" Dongfang Yulua didn't leave and looked at Dongfang Haojie. "There's nothing to talk about between us." Dongfang Haojie sneered and pulled Ning Qi away. Dongfang Yulua frowned and transmitted her voice. "Do you still hold a grudge against me?" Dongfang Haojie's figure slightly paused, but he did not reply. "Sister, now there are only the two of them left. I'll go assassinate that guy, you go stop Dongfang Haojie." Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling stood at a corner of the street. Their gazes followed the backs of Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. The passers-by acted as if they did not see the two of them. "You block Dongfang Haojie, I will assassinate Ning Qi," Wuma Fengling said coldly. "This, all right," Zhou Luning compromised. The two of them directly walked towards Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. However, Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie did not notice them in the slightest. When they were only 3 zhang away from each other, Wuma Fengling and Zhou Luning attacked at the same time. 2 sword lights pierced towards Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. However, at this moment the two of them suddenly stopped moving. "What's going on?" Wuma Fengling looked at the frost that was spreading crazily on her arm. Her eyes revealed an uncertain expression. "Sister, I can't move." Zhou Luning's situation was the same as Wuma Fengling's. At this moment, a white figure walked past them. She glanced at them with a smile and walked towards Ning Qi. "Who is she? Why can she see us?" Wuma Fengling and Zhou Luning revealed a frightened expression. The other party's aura was definitely not that of a Dozun, but she could see through their invisibility technique. "Someone is approaching." Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. Dongfang Haojie also sensed that someone was approaching them. The two of them suddenly turned around, and Ning Qi saw a face that he had not seen for a long time. You Lady Shui, why are you here?" Ning Qi looked at Shui Ling with some surprise. "Brother Ning knows this woman?" Dongfang Haojie's eyes carried a trace of seriousness as he looked at Shui Ling. Her body emitted a faint ice-cold aura. This aura was even stronger than Dongfang Yulua and the other two. From this, it could be concluded that this woman's strength should be within the top 200 of the man ranking list. Shui Ling looked at Ning Qi and revealed a faint smile. "I haven't seen you for a long time, but your cultivation has already increased to such an extent. It is really surprising." Ning Qi smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. He asked curiously, "Lady Shui, didn't you go home?" Shui Ling glanced at Dongfang Haojie, smiled, and did not speak. Dongfang Haojie smiled when he saw this. "Since we are acquaintances, it is not good to stand on the street and chat. Come to my residence and have a seat." "All right." Ning Qi nodded. After the three of them left, the frost on Wuma Fengling and Wuma Fengling's bodies gradually faded. "Sister, where did she come from? To be able to subdue us without batting an eyelid, this is too inconceivable," Zhou Luning said with some fear. "I also don't know." Wuma Fengling's expression was a little ugly. Her first assassination mission was filled with so many twists and turns. She could not help but feel a sense of defeat. After returning to Dongfang Haojie's residence, Shui Ling told Ning Qi that she only wanted to take a walk in Dongxian to relax. Ning Qi did not ask any more questions. However, he also noticed that Shui Ling's strength had greatly changed. Previously, she could not even defeat the demonic Dragon King, but now, her aura seemed to be even more terrifying than Dongfang Haojie. Thinking of this, Ning Qi could not help but glance at her arm and found that the ring given by the demonic Dragon King was still there. Lady Shui, with your current strength, you can completely remove this thing, right? Ning Qi asked doubtfully. If I remove it, how will the demonic Dragon King find me? Shui Ling smiled faintly. Oh, it turns out that you want to settle accounts with him. I support you. To tell you the truth, his lair has been destroyed by me and brother Dongfang. His former subordinates are now my demonic pets, guarding the Qin Tang Empire. Ning Qi smiled. Shui Ling's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Dongfang Haojie was a little confused. He still did not know Shui Ling's background. He could not help but ask, Lady Shui, you don't seem to be on the ranking list of young masters? Shui Ling nodded. Indeed. That's strange. With the Bai Shao clan's strength, how could they have missed you? Dongfang Haojie was a little confused. Brother Dongfang, Lady Shui is not someone from Dongxian. Ning Qi said. I see. Dongfang Haojie suddenly understood. After chatting for a while, Shui Ling's expression suddenly changed. She stood up and said, I'm leaving. What? Leaving again? Ning Qi was stunned. He did not understand why Shui Ling was in such a hurry. I guess I can't leave anymore, Shui Ling revealed a bitter smile. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.